Howdy. So today's gonna have a bit of a different theme, at least to start out with. Today we're gonna go about, uh, setting some things straight about my situation, and that's what we're gonna start with. I've been kind of debating doing this for a while, but I don't really care so much at this point. It is what it is. So what we're gonna start with a we're gonna start with a comment that was left on Bash's video, okay, by one of Hell by the Dashboard Lights groupies that seems to have set her eyes on me as well. And what I want to point, I'll just read her post, okay? She says, "Hi Bash. By the way, her name is Walali. Walali you. Walali. Well, that's Jolyn. Okay. Well, Jolyn is a retarded cunt. Okay, we're gonna get into that. I just wanted to say, don't worry what Western Decline thinks. He has no real problems in life. He's mad because he couldn't get his unicorn minor. It's so infuriating that he thinks that's being an incel. He has no idea what it's like to be rejected or have autism. That's exactly what happened to me. I have autism and I got rejected. Like, these cunts, man, oh my god. They have no skill in life but lying and trying to loosh farm men. They seriously can't do anything else. These guys like to say women never give and just take, but I've tried as much as I can to guys and it's never worked out for me. At least I can admit that I'm weird. Western thinks he's perfect and he's an eternal victim. I think if you watch this content, you know I don't think I'm perfect at all. It's hard to listen to me and conclude that I think I'm perfect, I think. Um I understand his family isn't the best, but still though. A few days ago I almost thought about trying to get that through to him on his Kick channel, but I decided not to because it seems like no matter what I say, these guys never listen and it makes me so angry. And it's truly one of the downfalls of society, just no one listens to each other anymore. I just wanted to say this. Okay, well, let me get a few things straight. I appreciate that you can at least admit that my family isn't that great. That's a nice, thanks for throwing me a bone. Um, but you don't know me. You don't know anything about me. And you're pulling the same bullshit that the judge did, pretending that it was a minor in order to make me seem more heinous than I actually am. Um, I would not if I went to prison, I wouldn't have a problem handing around my paperwork. I don't think anybody would try to kill me, try to shank me or whatever. I don't think it's that bad. Um People have to inflate it. They have to exaggerate what I did in order to make it seem like what I did was worse than it was. So, I would have just pulled my paperwork up on stream here, okay? But I'm trying to avoid getting doxxed because there's a bunch of very angry people like you. And honestly, as a courtesy to the girl, because on some level I still care about her, right? If I dox myself through showing my paperwork to you guys, I dox her too. And even if I don't think I did anything wrong, that doesn't mean I necessarily want a bunch of my viewers, contacting and griefing her and her family. Okay? But if that's what we got to go to, that's what we got to go to, I guess. So, the stack of paperwork of accusations that I was given, it was so big that I didn't even read it. It was straight up an inch thick worth of printouts with things they allege that I did. Okay? If you had a fucking textbook worth of alleged crimes that you committed, you would not have gotten a couple years of probation as a response. Okay? No, I'm gonna show the paperwork. I redacted all of it. Okay? I redacted all the paperwork. So we're just, I just want to address this. You know, I falsely accused Pascal of being somebody else, and I don't like being falsely accused myself. So we're just gonna straighten this out. Okay? So we all are on the same page, and we can stop pretending that it was a minor. Okay? I haven't hid the age of the girl. I haven't concealed any of these things. I it's why I just pled guilty. I had no evidence to defend myself with. I had this girl and her family lying about me because the girl lied to her family, or her family didn't want to admit what she was doing. Okay? I was a gentleman in this situation. Okay? This girl has been up my ass, following me around, stalking me since she was 13 or 14. Okay? Her mom was coming over to my house begging me, saying she just won't leave you alone, putting the ball in my court, as if I'm supposed to be the one that fucks off the only girl that's shown interest in me in my fucking life. I'm supposed to push that away because her parents are too incompetent to do their job. It's not my job to make sure that your daughter stays away from men she's attracted to. That's not my responsibility. Okay, that's your job, and if you didn't raise her right, that's your problem. I fulfilled my requirement, okay? I obeyed the law. And that wasn't good enough. They dumped it on me anyway. So this is why I made my channel. I wanted to warn guys that you don't look at the age gap discourse now, and if you think that's just talking and that's just yapping, you're not allowed to date women younger than you. You are not allowed. People will go out of their way to intervene. The only way you'd get away with this is if you're a drug dealer or something that will fucking kill them if they come try and talk shit to you about this. That's the only way you get away with it. Her parents have to be more scared of you than they are for their daughter. That's why drug dealers get to do it. That's why Epstein and everybody else get to do it. It's because the parents are more scared of you. If you're the sort of guy that it shouldn't be a problem with, they're not going to give a fuck. They're going to do everything they can. If that happened today, the judges would have buried you under a prison as a minimum sentence. I mean, it only happened a couple years ago. Okay, and I didn't break the law. They invented reasons. Okay? So let's start with what I got charged with. Let me make sure there's no information left on here. I'm going to get rid of the dates. Dates and time. Okay? Yeah, I never had sex with her, so the judge was just making up bullshit. And here's the thing. She wasn't even underage. At no point, even in the paperwork, do they say anything about her being underage. They just... Imagine you had a relationship with somebody. Imagine you meet somebody on a dating app, and they press charges against you, and when the charges arrive to your person, everything they ever did is completely omitted. You know, they never texted you back. They never showed up for the date. They claim that they never did any of this. They completely omit their portion in doing any of it. Okay, so this is what I got charged with. Commit an offense of criminal harassment. You know, I guess I should be thankful I didn't get put on a registry for having the gall to ask a girl out. You know? But I got charged with criminal harassment. That's what they hit me with. Okay, it was the first offense. I got 2 years of probation. And I don't interact with women anymore because the rug can be pulled out immediately. Okay? And so-and-so contacted the Kamloops RCMP to report that 28 once again asked her daughter 17 on a date. This has been a recurring theme where blank continues to pester. Oh, oops, we forgot her name. Oops, let's get rid of that. We wouldn't want that in there. That's no good. At least we only forgot her name, eh? Oops. to go on a date with him, even though he has been warned to stop contacting her. Okay? A warning is not legally binding. Yo, my chat blocker blocked her name. That's fucking funny. The Jew bitch baiting a relationship blocked her name. You're the Foyd Jew pick blocked it. That's great. Yeah, this is, and what they did here is they actually stretched it to make it even worse than it was. Okay, she's much closer to 18 when I did this than 17, but it shouldn't matter because I followed the law. Like, I looked up all the rules. It says age of consent in Canada is 16. And that's not Romeo and Juliet laws. That's what the law is supposed to be. And I wasn't pestering her to go on a date with me. She was fucking following me around in the middle of the night. And I thought, wow, this would be a scumbag move. My sister dates pieces of shit like this. I should at least, make her parents aware of what's going on by formally asking her out at her home. Okay, instead of this. Sex pests decline, I guess so. Okay? They exaggerate it like crazy, okay? The ages are so insane too, because this wasn't even the age gap. They stretched the age gap to make it look worse than it even was. Not that I think 10 years is grossly inappropriate. Do we really want to sit here and pretend that there's never been a teenage girl attracted to a guy in his 20s before? Is that where we're at? We've got our heads so far up women's ass that is beyond the pale of consideration? I didn't hear a no from this girl. I didn't hear anything until this. Okay? And I got a stack of papers that turned everything I fucking did into some kind of an offense. Everything is dated to the minute. These people watched me for literally like fucking years. And it's like, suspect left his house at this time. He sat in driveway and worked on vehicle for 5 hours. And they have that included. They took my entire life for this time period and pretended everything I was doing was somehow related to harassing her. I live in the same neighborhood as her. I'm 4 or 5 houses away. Just living my life got turned into harassment. Okay? So, let's assume that this all is true. Okay? A warning is not legally binding. Okay? When a cop comes to my house and says, don't interact with this person, I have no way of knowing if that cop wants to fuck her himself because she's legal, wants his son to fuck her, maybe her boyfriend that she's cheating on is the cop's son. I don't have to honor that request. That's not legally binding. If a cop comes up to you and says, suck my dick, okay? The police officer warned him to stop avoiding sucking his cock. Is that legally binding? The police officer warned you to stop avoiding sucking his cock. Is that legally binding? Do you have to obey that? You got a warning. That's, as soon as I got told no, which still never happened, every time I interacted with this girl, she was all smiles and giggles, and she'd come after me. I never once sought her out. This girl would follow me around and track me down. All I did was try to be like the gentleman, and I'd never do that again. I would never, ever include parents. Fuck your parents. Okay, you should be able to, if my next time dating, I want you to abandon your parents. If you're not willing to flush your parents down a toilet for me, get the fuck away from me. Because I did this once. I took the parents into consideration. I tried to be the gentleman. I tried to be all nice. Okay? So when people sit there and they pretend that, this wasn't a minor, Jolynn. I don't care that your consent wasn't acquired, Jolynn. Your consent doesn't matter. In fact, her parents' consent doesn't matter either, and that's where I made my mistake. I should have just snuck around behind their back like she wanted to the whole time. Maybe she was right. Maybe she was smarter than me. You know, she knows her parents better than I do. She knew they wouldn't approve. If a girl's legal and she's sneaking around behind her parents, don't try to do the right thing. Don't try it. Because their parents are retards, and they're going to bite the hand that's helping them. Okay? I cared more about your daughter than any of the other guys she's ever been with. That's the reality. This chick wasn't a virgin. This chick ran around with piles of guys. And I'm the only one that got this treatment because I'm the only one that left a paper trail of sending flowers to her dad's house. I'm the only one that had a pair of nuts. Okay? That's why this happened to me. If I was a shitbag, if I was a dark doofy, if I was fucking just getting it in, not giving a fuck about anything, my sister's boyfriend is a statutory rapist. My mother, my brother, and my sister called me a pedophile over this situation. Over formally asking a girl out, asking for her father's permission to court her, I got called a pedophile. Okay? My sister's boyfriend is a convicted statutory rapist. He didn't even deny it. He said, I didn't know how old she was. Somehow ignorance is an excuse when the girl's underage and you actually fuck her. But when she's overage and you don't fuck her, you get no leniency. So this is why I made this channel for the people that don't understand. This is what put me out here shouting into the void, because I followed the rules and I still got burnt. You know, they deflated her age. By the time this happened, she was 18 or 19 and they shrunk the age down. And they still couldn't stretch it enough to make her a minor. So they hit me with the 17.9999999 years old bullshit, even though the age of consent in Canada is 16. That's the law. So following the law doesn't matter. You have community watch cock police running around that think it's your responsibility as an adult man to not put your dick in an adult woman because it's just so heckin' wrong, I guess. These same faggots will turn on a television and watch a football team owned by a guy that does nothing but fuck women 50 years younger than him and throw them away when they get uppity. But here's what happens if you're a white boy and you try to politely court a white woman in 2022. It wasn't like this at any point in history except the last, 80 years. No, it hasn't. When I was in high school, this was normal. People didn't like it, but they took the position of they can't do anything about it. They grinned and bared it. And all of a sudden, when it comes to me, we tolerate fag sex, we tolerate dyke sex, we tolerate interracial sex, we tolerate underage sex as long as the two people doing it are both underage. We can't tolerate a 10-year age gap? That's too much? That's objectionable? Everybody's got to step in and have a problem? I was not the active pursuant here. Okay? I only reciprocated. I was smitten. I thought, wow, this girl is gorgeous. She has interest in me. Wow, I better do everything right. I better come correct to her father. And then you got people like Jolynn that don't know a single fucking thing and run around tarnishing people's names. You know, people will kill you or assault you if they think you're a pedophile, Jolynn. So when you run around doing that to me, you're defaming me. I have no money to sue, so I'm not gonna pretend that I can do that, you know? But, like, come on. You're gonna pretend to me, Jolynn, that you weren't attracted to anyone older than you when you were this age? Seriously? Because when I was 13, half of my female teachers I wanted to fuck. And I don't think you were much different. And because of this whole situation, I'm fucking terrified for a multitude of reasons. You know, I gotta plead my case and hope that people don't jump to conclusions and lynch me. Okay, I will never interact with a woman again because this left such a bad fucking taste in my mouth. You do your best to follow the law, and they invent laws. They invent things to hit you with. Most guys in high school intuitively knew they had to sneak in to smash. Gen X and boomer parents are dumb as fuck. You know, and you can be an informed viewer here at this point, right? Take it or leave it. This is what I did. I'm not trying to hide it. That's the synopsis. He asked a girl out after he'd been warned to stop contacting her, and she'd contacted him about 20 fucking times in between those two things. I hope this bitch is... Honestly, I hope her life is going well, because I don't really harbor any animosity towards her. You know, like, it is what it is. I blame the system that couldn't... A system, if a girl is an adult, if she can vote, if she can do all this shit, she can learn to say no. You wanted a serious relationship and got screwed for it. Meanwhile, Chad is ruining virgins. Karma is not real. This is why I don't care about this fucking country. Swarm it with fucking Indians and Somalians. Kick the fucking boomers out of their houses. Hand out fentanyl on every street corner. Fuck them. Okay? When you do this to me, when this is my pursuit of happiness, if you can't even ask out a girl without getting a criminal record, this is an adult girl of my race. And there's nothing they can point to. Immigrants treat me better than my so-called own people. That's been my experience. Why would I give a fuck about white people? My own family does what they can to make my life miserable. Every time I try to do anything, whether it's work or relationships, I got a million fucking faggot roadblocks that shouldn't even exist. Okay? Even in how angry I am here with this bullshit, okay? Even though I've been wronged to this extent, I could easily put her name there too. I could easily drag her name through the mud, and I'm not gonna do that because I'm a better person than her, I'm a better person than her father, and I'm a better person than her mother. I'm better than all of them. I wish it weren't the case. I have some Wignat beliefs, but I can't deny that Muslims specifically have never slighted me in my life. White fucks are like sharks smelling blood. I got the ladder pulled up on me. I got rug pulled on this. When I was in high school, every single girl was dating either the most attractive guy in the world, okay, like the top 1% in the school, or they were dating older guys. Older guys that were still good looking, but had like means. You know, they had jobs, maybe their own place and money. So, if you want to wonder why the men are bitter, Jolyn, if you want to wonder why the men are bitter, Jolyn, why we don't accept your help, okay? I have tried to help white women. I don't want to hear you fucking cry in the YouTube comments about how the Inkies were so mean to you. They don't listen to my advice. I was nice to your demographic, to a white woman, and I paid the price for it. So neck yourself, Jolyn. Go start a shotgun, you dumb cunt. Stop fucking following me around. Stop following incels around. Look at this dumb bitch, okay? You should have been satisfied with Dashboard. Dashboard was the best you were ever gonna get. You should have worshipped him. And then you downgrade from Dashboard to me when he fucks you off. I don't want Dashboard sloppy seconds, so I fuck you off. And now you've latched on to Bash, who already has a girlfriend. Go hang out with Bash. Go fucking slurp ponut holes with Bash. Okay? Go fucking buy horse bad dragon dildos with Bash. And quit running your mouth, because you have no idea what you're talking about. And the fucking gall of these women. Women that want to get on your case for asking out a 17-year-old girl are running around with fucking lolly in their name. This is where we're at. Women are nothing but entrapment mechanisms for the state. Every woman is just a Venus flytrap for Zog. That's all they do. If a white woman isn't lying about white men and trying to make their life more difficult, then she's not breathing. Early European sailors probably developed jungle fever because of how bad white women have always been in comparison. You know, and for what I put this out here, okay? You know, you can hate me, you can love me, it doesn't matter, okay? You can do what I never got the opportunity to do. Make an informed decision. Okay? You're aware of who you're listening to when I'm here yapping. Okay? Does that differ? Do the court documents differ from what I said happened? No, it's harassment charges for asking out a girl. And everything except me asking her out was a fabrication. Everything except me asking her out was a fabrication. Why is this reverbing? The fuck? Oh, okay. Everything except me asking her out was a fabrication to paint me as the bad guy. I could sit here and go through it, but the paperwork is literally an inch and a half thick, okay? And it's just documenting my existence. It's like their parents did nothing but stare out their fucking window at me for years. And they turned me existing like I'm supposed to sit in my fucking bedroom and never leave my room. Anything but sitting in my bedroom and never leaving my room was turned into existing in her proximity as a sub-8. That's harassment. I'm just sick of it, man. This is gonna follow me probably the rest of my life. I doubt they let me get my record cleaned in fucking 2028. And because people just fucking blindly worship women, just women are wonderful, believe all women, believe all boomers. Slowly, I learned to hate them. It wasn't from nothing. Touch the grass, bro, but the grass is a minefield. I wish this wasn't the case, and this is why I can't. All the solutions that people offer in this sphere won't work. Okay? You don't have the option to just pursue younger women. You don't have the option. I don't care if it's legal. If you're a white male, the legal system isn't your friend. It will find it'll bend over backwards to find every reason why a woman or a brown person didn't do what they did and excuse them. And it'll do the opposite if you're a white guy. It'll bend over backwards to find every reason why you did do what you didn't. The only thing I pray for in this situation is that, like, Dante's circles of hell are real, and that these people end up in the ninth circle for betrayal. I didn't just care about your daughter, I cared about your whole family. Okay? I gave you the weapons with which to kill me off, and you chose to. You didn't meet me in the middle and go, listen, son, you've been really polite, but we don't approve. Okay, that would have been the appropriate response. Instead, you torpedo my fucking life. I hope you fucking faggots have to live through what I lived through. I hope your dumb daughter picks a guy like my sister does that comes into your house and smokes pills and smacks her head on the fucking kitchen counter. That's what you deserve. You deserve her to pick a guy that's gonna beat your grandchildren. Okay? When your grandchild cries, he fucking smacks him. That's what you deserve. I can't be white-pilled. I can't be hopeful like Jolene expects me to be. Being hopeful, hoping for the best is how this happened to me. If I had remained black-pilled the whole time, I would have thought, there's no way, this is a trick, impossible. Okay, if I had listened to my black pill compass, I would have known. Okay, it was being optimistic. It was wanting to give things a chance. It was the white pill that made me do this. Don't let this happen to you. Don't let women deceive you into damaging yourself. If you're interacting with a woman, get it in fucking writing. Make sure that she texts you. Make sure that she messages you on the dating app before you ever try and take anything. Rely on the woman. The woman has to cause the paper trail. If the woman isn't reaching out to you and leaving a paper trail, it's a trap. That's what I've come to realize. And these women, it's all they do. Zog has taken women's reproductive ability, women's reproductive instincts, and weaponized them against their own men. Okay? Zog uses women's natural behavior and their natural ways that they'd attract a mate with, and they use that as a weapon. They use that as your biology for thousands of fucking years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, has been wired to respond to women that act like this. And then when you respond to it, you're done for. Grandparents will praise the scumbag's ruthlessness and stern raising of their grandchildren. There's no winning, they're all demons. That's why they won't text you but will still hang out with you. Plausible deniability. Yeah. It's all playing the plausible deniability game, and unless a woman's willing to throw away her plausible deniability for you, do not interact with her. I repeat, do not interact with her. This is what cured me of being a Wignat. I fucking hate white people after this. It was white judges, white lawyers, white pigs, white parents, white girl that did this. A brown person wouldn't have done this. I don't think a brown person would have done this, guys. I have never in my fucking life had a brown person accuse me of anything. Ever. And you know what? Your dad's a fucking faggot, okay? Your dad's gonna go call the fucking police? Really? What happened to beating somebody's ass like a man? Come on. I'm a fat loser. I sit in my mom's basement all day. You're telling me you thought you had no chance? You had to call the piggies? Don't date women with fathers that are fucking soy jacks either. Okay, this is why I'm so happy to see the girl dad discourse on Twitter, because girl dads are fucking scum. Girl dads are the ultimate feminists. They're worse than a feminist because they're fucking traitors, man. A girl dad all of a sudden forgets how hard it was to get where he was and does everything he can to fuck over every other guy. Black pill is that white men are safer in the hood than around white women. I think so. You know, I might get something stolen in the hood, but that's what insurance is for. You know, having something stolen from me while I'm not at home, at least that doesn't ruin your life. At least that doesn't turn you into a second-class citizen. And I'm just tilted, guys. Like, this shit. Oh man, this shit just gets. It's fucking rage bait, man. Imagine being in court, knowing the age of consent is 16, and the judge is pulling a Jolene. The Judge Frame, by the way. The judge was named Judge Frame. So, you know, they got enough to mock you with that, but they won't actually ever, acknowledge the insanity of the situation. This is what turned me into a misanthrope. Okay, this is what blackpilled me with no chance of return. Because not only did this whole thing blow up like this, I lost my entire youth while this was going on. I went from 150 pounds to almost 250. Okay, because I was so disgusted. I thought, man, if I make myself fucking ugly, I'll never attract a girl again, and I'll never have this fucking problem. I didn't trust myself to tell the next girl that got in my zone to fuck off. I thought, you know what, I'd end up doing the same shit again. So I made myself disgusting so it never happens again. If I wasn't believed at my actual peak, when I was full head of hair and very low body fat, I'm never gonna be believed. So I'm gonna make myself look disgusting so women don't want anything to do with me, and I'll never interact with one again. If they're not a customer service position, or if they're not a police officer putting me under arrest, I don't want to talk to a white cunt! Never! I wouldn't piss on a white bitch if she was on fire. I'm not even joking. I don't care if it was my own mother. Burn, bitch, burn. My own mother has the gall to pretend I'm a pedophile because of this situation. My own mother, and then she worships the ground my sister's boyfriend walks on. Statutory rapist whose defense was, I didn't know how old she was. Statutory rapist, no problem. Gentleman that asks out the neighborhood girl, pedophile. That's white women's judgment for you. And my cunt mother can't get it through her little peanut brain why I don't fucking like her. That's the cherry on top of a life of getting fucked over by an old white bitch. She's been moping around the fucking house for the last couple days because nobody did anything for Mother's Day. Well, if I'm not a gentleman and I'm a pedophile, you're not a mother, you're a dumb white cunt. That's all you are. You're a dumb white cunt, bitch. And I hold more hatred in my heart for my family members and how they treated me over this than I do even my accusers. Getting falsely accused by somebody, whatever. It sucks, but it happens. Your own family knowing the facts and agreeing with them is insanity. Put a flower in her hairy puss while she's asleep for Mother's Day. That bitch is already called... My mother is so fucking retarded that she's why there's nuisance calls here now. Okay? They added a nuisance call policy where if you call the police for no reason and you do it too many times, you get fined. She's why they put that rule in. And she's why I believe that people feel they have to call the cops on me. I have an overreactive helicopter parent, dumb white cunt mother who kicks my father out of the home, divorces my father, leaves me with no male role model, and then her dumb peanut brain concludes, I can't parent this grown man. He's disagreeing with me. I know. I'll call the police. That's all women do. Police are a surrogate father for them. The same way brown people call emergency services when their little shit baby gets the sniffles. Boomers call the cops when they need a parent. They outsource parenting to the police. Whites are so obsessed with authority, they can't even imagine settling any disputes without some badge or the court's stamp of approval. I just fucking hate it, man. I hate everything now. Anything I try to do is ruined by this. I can't even do... I want to go live on a fucking dirt lot somewhere in the middle of nowhere so I can actually enjoy my hobbies again. Anytime I'm out in the front yard working on my truck or anything else, the second I see a fucking girl in a 500-mile radius, I fucking go back in the house and wait for her to leave. That's what this has done to me. And they want to pretend they're the victim. You got Jolynn. You know what, Jolynn? Jolynn, you'd cum your nasty fucking panties if Dashboard sent you flowers. So shut the fuck up. And this is why I don't give a fuck. White women sunk the knife in my back so deep, so many fucking times. They deserve anything that happens to them. By default, I'm just taking the side of the male from here on out. I'm going to play the same game women do. Oh, the Jeet accused the boss bitch CEO of raping him. I think she did. Believe all Jeets. And I can't trust anything anymore because everything about this relationship was so synchronistic. I'd constantly run into her for no reason. Every fucking time. It drove me insane. I couldn't stop thinking about her because every time I'd stop, she'd pop back up again. I wanted to make it all go away. I wanted it to either I wanted it to manifest or I wanted it to disperse. I don't want to sit in relationship limbo. I was seeking clarity. And I got it, but holy fuck. And this is what turned me away from God too. Because the whole time I'm thinking, you know what, God, you're all right. You made me wait a long time, but this was worth it. This was worth it, man. Doing the right thing my whole life, this was worth it. And it was all fake. And the fact that God let this happen to me, that guy's the biggest faggot. God gives me a sex drive and then lets other people use their free will to just fuck me around. I view God as a traitor the same way I do white women. You're not on my team. If you were on my side, things would look very different. And I'm fucking tearing up over the whole thing, man, because it's still a raw wound. It's a raw wound that's never gonna heal. It's just a fucking gaping hole in my chest that is gonna be dilated constantly for the rest of my life. So it can never heal shut. This is why they hate anime and video so much. If you develop fantasy standards, then you can't get baited by them anymore. That's what it seems like. Yeah, I'm a spiritual tranny. My heart has been lopped off. I just have a hole in my chest now that just fucking every time I see a couple, every time I see a woman, every time I see a police officer, every time I see a myriad of objects that my brain associates with this time in my life, it just gets fucking ripped open again. Boomers are sick in the fucking head. I'm sorry, but this isn't an I'm wrong situation. This wasn't me doing anything wrong. I've spent my whole life taking responsibility for things that I didn't even do or that I don't feel guilty of to smooth things over. Okay? Just to get my family to shut up and get rid of the tension in a household. I've made a habit of it in my life to just take responsibility for things that aren't even my fault. But I gotta draw the line here. This wasn't my fault. This was you and your dumb daughter. You can't heal from the trauma when the traumatizer lives in the same house. It's compounding the layers of trauma into an onion of misery that eventually replaces the heart itself. And you know what I really think happened? I think my mother set the whole thing up. I don't think it was even real to begin with. I think it was these gang stalkers. I think they sent me this girl with the hopes that I'd fuck her while she was underage, and then they'd own me for life. I think that was the intent here. And when I didn't do that, when I waited until she was legal and I pulled the gentleman route instead of the scumbag route, I think they couldn't handle it. I think you have an entire system of men that have been compromised one way or another, and when somebody sidestepped the trap that they all walked into, I think it made them mad as fuck. I think it made them suck their teeth and punch the air with inferiority. I would have fallen for that. I did fall for that. Fuck this guy. That's what I think the reaction was. I think that was the calculation in the brains of these people. I had to be the de-escalator in my family too, always taking the blame just to quiet things down that were never my fault. I'm still treated as the bad guy decades later. It's exhausting. And they grow entitled to it. It never stops. People want to get on my case. People want to criticize me for how I view white people. It's always the same thing. It's you're intervening when the bullied finally fights back. Never there for any of the provocations, only there for the provoked. This is why I don't care. It stole my hope. It stole my capacity to care about people. It stole my freedom. And you know what? You know what rubs me so wrong about this is you see what happened to me. Um Let me see if I can find this news article. Okay? This is what they did to me. This is what Canada did to me for asking a girl out that was legal. And then a year later, imagine how fucking mad I am when I get to see this. Based on reports from July 2025, an Indian permanent resident in Ontario, Canada, was granted a conditional discharge, resulting in no permanent criminal record after attempting to purchase sexual services from what he believed was a 15-year-old girl. In December 2023, he arranged a girlfriend experience via an online platform, agreeing to pay $140 for sex with a person he believed was a 15-year-old minor at a Mississauga hotel. The minor was an undercover police officer. Instead of jail time, the judge granted a conditional discharge. The sentence consisted of 3 months of house arrest, followed by 12 months of probation. A brown fucking scum nigger shit person can try and fuck an underage girl, get caught in an underage prostitution sting, and he gets half the punishment I do with no criminal record. For asking a girl out that was legal. This is why I want every pig dead, every government official dead, every white woman subjugated, and I never want to see any of them again. This right here. The judge argued that a conviction would cause severe collateral consequences, such as hindering the man's citizen application. They let him go because it would hurt his chances of becoming a citizen. So I'm sorry, I'm not back the blue. I'm not white women are wonderful. They're all shit and they all need to go. Yeah, he's got a wife and kids too. Indian shit fucker with wife and kids. Not enough for him. He's got to try and fuck some underage white pussy on the side. This country is an Indian shithole. It's an Indian squatting ground. They come here, they do whatever the fuck they want, and our faggot cuck government sucks their little brown cocks. I'm surprised the police officer didn't take his dick all the way down her throat, just to make sure that he was, gonna go through with the act. I'm surprised she didn't throat it down to the base and rim his shitter. Just to make sure. The extent your government will go to bend over backwards for brown shitters while throwing you under the bus should not be underestimated. Your punishment is not being allowed to leave. You would probably have a better life in a Brazilian favela. All this has done is it's a catalyst. I have a bottomless well of rage inside of me. What do you have to say about this, Jolynn? I'm eager to hear your commentary. If I'm so evil for asking the girl out, what do you think should be done to this brown mutt? What kind of punishment do you think he should get? Probably nothing, eh, bitch? Probably nothing. This is your life with boomers, okay? It doesn't matter how reasonable you are. It doesn't matter how polite you are. A boomer wants you to fucking chimp out like they do. Boomers want you to fucking crash the fuck out so they have somebody to point to and go, look at how insane he's acting.
You're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails at all.
What?
You're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails at all.
That's the only way I can get back to my house.
Baloney. There's other ways. Tell your dad you're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails, and you're messing up the trails too.
You don't like bikes?
What?
You don't like bikes?
I don't like motorized vehicles on these trails.
Does it bother you?
Yeah. Does it sound like it bothers me?
How does it bother you?
Because they're noisy.
It's electric.
It's still noisy. You're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails at all.
What?
You're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails at all.
That's the only way I can get back to my house.
Baloney. There's other ways. Tell your dad you're not supposed to have motorized vehicles on these trails, and you're messing up the trails.
They don't take it down a notch when you're chill, when you're hearing them out. They smell blood in the water and they go, "Oh, look, we got a cucked white boy. I'm going to fucking put him in his place. I'm going to break this buck even more." The boomer sees fire in their eyes. The kid should just pepper spray Gary the Boomer and ride off. They never talk to non-white kids this way. No, they don't. Police and boomers, they never talk. It's all the policing, all the criticism, it only goes in one direction. It gets piled on the only demographic that you're allowed to criticize anymore. This is a good kid. He didn't do anything wrong. He's not hurting anybody. And the boomer just has to fucking run their mouth. North America is cursed, and to be honest, it's deserved after World War II. Thanks for the subs, buddy boy. I didn't notice when you sent them. I appreciate that. Honestly, these white boys should just shout random Arabic phrases when confronted by boomers to scare them off. I think you should just threaten them. The next time a boomer gets in my face, I'm going to tell him, you better get out of my face or I'm going to kill you in self-defense. I'm going to fucking floor you, boomer. Get out of my face. A kid with worse parents would cuck to the boomer and have his spark smothered. I was talking yesterday about how children are closer to God and who should we listen to. Who seems like the more sane, who has the better head on their shoulders in this interaction? Was this white kid? This kid's like 12. This 12-year-old white boy is smarter than this 7-year-old white boy. White men on the frontier took zero disrespect. They would put you in the ground. That's what you do, and you've gotten you into shit with the Mason Lodge in Illinois. You were ready to square off with a boomer Mason in a Casey's parking lot. The gay boomer Masons think they own everything. And they probably do, but you know, we all live here. My dad went to the United States during 2002. He liked the wealth, but when I asked him why he didn't live there, he said people would sue you for anything, that there's something very wrong with them. That's been my experience. This world is so cooked, guys. It's so cooked. We have so many fucking problems. We have way too many problems to fix. I don't believe it can be done. You need all these old people to die or be starving and bedridden. You need I don't know, you would need the entire control of everything handed over to white men under the age of 40 or 35 or 30, and you would have to just let them do whatever they wanted unquestioned for probably 50 years before we would ever have a hope of righting this fucking mess that has been created for us. You know, we need the first 5% of a 1,000-year Reich to have a chance of fixing any of this. I don't believe it can be done. I don't have hope for this being fixed. It's too ingrained. It's too baked in. Our society couldn't exist without these dynamics anymore. It would have to change itself to such a level that the metamorphosis would destroy it. I'm praying for hantavirus. I know, this one better fucking work. Everyone I tried to warn last time yapped me off, so they have it coming. North America will die first and the rest of the world can begin to heal. That's my hope, at least. You just walked in and you could tell what was going on just by looking at the screen. Thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate that. I really do. And even then, we have to deal with wignats who don't even understand the woman question. It's the laggards, dude. Right wing lags so far behind. I forget who said it, that the right wing is just the left wing lagging 10 years behind. That's so accurate. We need 10 more years of Nick Fuentes and all these other people drilling into people's heads that indeed women are not wonderful before everybody will be on the same page that we were today or years ago. It's being a conservative, I'm sorry, but it's you're better off being a liberal at this point. At least the liberals understand the game. Conservatives are fucking prehistoric dinosaurs lost in the past. A conservative will never do what it takes to win. Even if you attribute, goodwill to them and go, yeah, guys, you know what? You're just doing what you think is right. Even if you attribute that it's incompetence and not malice, they're still actively working against you in every way possible. Boomers will grovel at the feet of 12-year-old black boys, but will bow up to a lone 12-year-old white boy in the woods. Yeah. We can fix a couple of problems, but if we don't have a society that understands women's needling techniques, then we'll still fail. I got my other chat log here. I just want to close it, so I'm going to catch up on posts. General Slim said, another aspect of the worsening signal-to-noise ratio is globalization, whereby more and more individuals around the world are in English language spaces using their debased form of English, which I call globish. I don't see how being a NEET can be paradise. Even in Japan, NEET equals staying inside and consuming pop culture plus gooning. Today's pop culture is terrible. Being NEET would have been good in the 90s and 2000s. Then again, I see through the bullshit with anime. Some guys view it as anti-woke, uncensored content. To me, it's just bad writing and extremely censored compared to 90s anime. They just slap waifus on it and consider it uncensored. Anime does have a very low standard of quality. The average anime is like 3 out of 10. It just goes to show how important pleasing aesthetics are in the world. Animes like Dragon Ball Z had horrible writing, but it made up for it with the bloody, uncensored fight scenes. The fight scenes in modern shonen anime are pathetic. Even woke anime with female fighters like Naruto had solid fights in it, and I hate Naruto, but I give credit where it's due. Most anime is doing dog shit CGI now, and I'm losing the only appeal it had. Anime is the vehicle to push out new waifus to NEETs, and that's all now. Anime writing being as mediocre as it is, it lowers the bar of conversation for the eventual LLM-GF. Wandering Cyborg says, I wish I was more of a scumbag in my life. My brother, who's done nothing but terrorize my parents, still gets all the love and care and leeway from them. Meanwhile, I dutifully help them live easier lives my whole life, and I get treated like I'm on third strike and I'm out at any moment. What a sick joke. My brother spends $12,000 on laptops and $500 on MLP figures. Is your brother Bash? And my parents are like, oh well, what can you do? Meanwhile, I spend $20 on some budget PC fans, and my mom goes, how's it going, Mr. Money Waster? $20 of my own money, mind you. My brother still hasn't worked a single job in his life yet. The anime's hard to watch. It's like video games. I can only watch the old stuff anymore. My problem with anime is that anime, it doesn't. I'm too black pilled to enjoy it. It all has the like when it's the male protagonist, the same things in it that annoy women annoy me. Some highly mediocre, average loser guy gets put into another world, and he's just got a fucking harem of beautiful women that are obsessed and fighting over him. I can't suspend my disbelief enough to enjoy anything like that. I look at that and I go, this is subversive. This never happens. You're setting guys up to expect something that will never occur. The animes I've enjoyed lately are the ones where it shows the main character suffering, because that's all I can really relate to. I think the last one I watched was Gantz. And Gantz was brutal. It's not even being transported into another world where you're tortured, where you're expected to like fight for your life every day. The worst part of Gantz was that he couldn't even get the girl. Chad and the bitch get teleported in the world with him, and the whole time he's fighting for his life and saving their lives, he has to keep the bitch that chose the other guy and the other guy she chose alive the whole time. I just can't do it. Death Note was good. Death Note was hard to watch. So many of them are so hard to watch because I can't, these, in my opinion, this stuff's supposed to be escapism. You're supposed to be able to, you're supposed to be able to, watch it and enjoy being in another world for a while. And I can't. There's no enjoying it. Because the other world isn't realistic. It's so unrealistic, it rips you out of enjoying it. Gantz reminds you of me. He's so spiteful. Spite's the only thing I have anymore. Everything else has been taken away, so spite is my best friend. Spite's the only thing that gets me up in the morning and keeps me moving forward. I like Berserk, as cliche as that sounds anymore. I like Berserk too, because I'm not going to get a fucking Berserk tattoo or anything, but Berserk was brutal in the sense that the hero character, it doesn't matter how many triumphs he has, his life just gets worse and worse. He gets raped, he doesn't get the girl, his entire band of friends is betrayed and attempted to put to death by Griffith. On the very last page of the Gantz manga, after thwarting an entire alien invasion practically solo, all he gets is a hug from a mid-girl. And I gotta ask, what's the point? Why would you love a race so much that does nothing but denigrate you? To the extent that you'd put in that effort on their behalf. So, let's go through some more tabs here while I'm still kind of, all amped up and ramped up to rant. This is a bitch that I got recommended because I occasionally look at World of Warcraft content on Twitter. And I guess Twitter concludes, oh, this guy likes World of Warcraft, let's send him e-whores. Okay? This is an actual whore. She has like an OnlyFans and all this other stuff. Okay? And look at what she posted on May 10th. This is what got me blocked by her. My boyfriend ate me out while I was on my period and fucked me good for Mother's Day. All I did, I quoted that post and I said, this is an actual prostitute, by the way. Blocked. Blocked. And this, I can't even enjoy my game anymore. I play WoW. I play WoW. Get the fuck off of my game. Get out of here. Go play something else. Go play something that isn't for shut-in losers, that isn't a Second Life and Friends simulator. You're a dumb bitch. You have a boyfriend. Real life is yours. The world is your oyster. Get the fuck off my game. Seriously. You don't need everything. Normies have fucking a severe entitlement problem. You see it with how games are structured. Normies think they all deserve to be top rated. Beat the game on hard mode. You don't deserve, you're no more entitled to that than I am to a girlfriend. I don't care if you paid for the game, if you paid for a fucking subscription. That doesn't mean fuck all. That's like me thinking I'm entitled to pussy because I paid for a fucking Tinder Gold account. I paid the subscription. I should get to see all the content. No, I don't think so. This is why religion had to get trashed. Monasteries were the last refuge for inkies. They're so desperate to see losers lose. All social value must be extracted from everything by normies. Normies ruined the Dark Souls franchise with Elden Ring. Yeah, what did Elden Ring turn Dark Souls into? It turned into a performative thing where women try and do the Dark Souls like hitless, deathless runs. They're cheating, but they want gaming clout. It turned into a bunch of memes about being maidenless. You know, a game that's specifically aimed at fucking maidenless men did nothing but produce yet another insult to be wielded against them by the normie masses. I thought this was really funny. Normies will pay Korean slaves to boost them and play with cheats for fun, unironically. You've seen it? Yeah. They can't... A normie is like an Indian or a Chinese person that cheats to get their degree. They actually think that that's earning it. They have no guilt. They have no qualms about it. They see cheating to get it as being just as valid, maybe even more legitimate than obtaining it properly. One hitting and invincibility is fun when you're 6 years old and to normtards. I thought this was funny. Cher's basically like shut-in son complaining. Cher allegedly cut off financial support to Elijah Blue Allman, 49, amid conservatorship battle court filings. I think we're going to see a lot of this. You know, I think the way I interpreted this is Allman is currently in custody at a psychiatric hospital on criminal charges in New Hampshire. This is what all white mothers do. White mothers, the mental health industry is the white man's worst enemy because that is what's going to be used by Marxist Zog to strip you of your personhood. You will be made a second-class citizen who should never and will never be believed regarding anything at all because you are, you have a mental health diagnosis. You know, what was your mental health issue? Your mental health issue was accurately parsing reality while everybody around you ignores it or is in on the grift. Elijah Blue Altman claims that his mother Cher is no longer financially supporting him. According to court documents filed on Tuesday and obtained by People, Altman receives only $10,000 a month from his father's trust after Cher stopped her recurring gift income to him 5 years ago. Cher has previously claimed that Allman struggles with severe mental health and addiction issues and mismanages money from his late father's trust. Cher has previously claimed that Allman struggles with severe mental health and addiction issues and mismanages money from his late father's trust. Cher has previously claimed that Allman struggles with severe mental health and addiction issues and mismanages money from his late father's trust. That doesn't matter, bitch. Your money should be his. He had to grow up with a whore mother. Everybody's seeing you jiggle your tits and ass on screen while you sing. You should give him everything. In court documents filed on Tuesday in the Superior Court of Los Angeles and obtained by People, Elijah asked for a reduction in his spousal support payments to his estranged wife. According to filings, his mom cut him off, and now he can't pay his ex-wife. The money his mom was giving him is all going to his ex-wife. And, of course, what do we got here? We got the glowing green, and we got the upside-down cross. According to the filing, the son of Cher and the late Altman Brothers Band musician claimed his mother was the reason for the request, as he no longer receives recurring gift income from his mother. Per the filing, Elijah's alleged income without those funds comes to $6,800 a month. Currently, according to the filing, he's required to pay $6,500 per month to his estranged wife, whom he married in 2013, but his attorneys have requested the amount be decreased to $1,600 a month. Allman claimed in the filing that King has made no efforts to become self-supporting since the former couple separated in 2021. This isn't even child support. His bitch wife has been taking his mommy money. You got an 80-year-old woman here trying to wrestle control of a state away from her 40-year-old son. Elijah has no concept of money and is unable to manage his financial resources. Who created this? Why are we letting Cher off the hook? Who's responsible here? Cher is. Cher raised this. Are the children of celebrities or child celebrities, do they ever turn out healthy? What did you expect? She looks like a sorceress. She's going to her weekly demonic session with Mr. Beast. If she died tomorrow, his life would improve, yeah. Not even all the millions in the world can make a son-husband relationship work. Notice how Cher isn't seen with any men here. Honestly, her son's kind of Chad. He's like half a head taller than her. He's still got a full head of hair in his late 40s. He's got a neck like a fucking linebacker. Okay, there's no way she didn't intentionally clip his wings and turn him into this. There's no way. We've seen it so many times. We know how this came to be. All of the pictures, her eyes are evil and his are dead. Yeah, she sucked his soul out a long time ago. And that's what these women do. White women suck your soul out, and then when you notice that they're like a witch or a demon or they're in a cult or something is going on like that, straight to the psych ward where all of the nurses that are also cult members will take care of you as the problem. I thought this was really, really funny too, because this is basically how my politics have been shaped. Stephen Miller's Latina girlfriend rejected him in college. This is the angle they're taking. They think this is like gonna be beneficial or something, I guess. Or they're playing 5D chess and they're trying to make me see Stephen Miller the Jew as heckin' based. No, it could be that. But I imagine this would go through a lot of men's minds, regardless of their alleged Jewry. You know? You have all these fucking people in the country, and you get abused, you get fucking disrespected by one of the women who's like a guest in your country. Imagine Stephen Miller act like I did. You know, he's a perfect gentleman to this beaner. And she turns around and treats him like shit. That would stick with me for life too. If I ever got in a position, what would be in my head is like, it's literally nothing but excess beaner boys coming over here. We don't even get the benefit of the women. So why wouldn't get rid of all of them? There's no upside. It's just excess males. It's not like you're going to get to date the hot Latina. Nope. She's for spics. So yeah, get rid of all of them. Why not? Now, I was not a Stephen Miller fan prior to this. Now I'm like, all right, okay, all right. I can see this. Maybe there's some potential here. During his time as a political science student, Miller reportedly dated an attractive light-skinned conservative Latina woman, though according to accounts from their dorm mates, the relationship was noticeably one-sided. The Financial Times reported that Miller's girlfriend, we have some fucking Jew financial magazine reporting on the dating life of Stephen Miller. How do you have the nerve to call yourself the Financial Times, but you're putting out gossip articles about Stephen Miller's dating history? Sam Hyde was told to leave the first college he went to because a group of girls didn't like him and conspired to jointly complain to the administration until Sam was asked to leave and offered a letter of recommendation. You could tell he's still sore about it. I believe it. They're burning bridges fast, man. It takes one experience in your life to turn you into a radical. One experience of the system fucking you over, throwing you under the bus for someone that it shouldn't have, and you're going to put a target on its back for the rest of your life. But yeah, we got a Jew financial news agency that apparently spends their time looking into the backgrounds of anti-immigration people. And look at how it's so twisted, man. Look at how they're trying to frame everything. He's a loser who's sorry about a brown bitch that mistreated him. They reported that Miller's girlfriend was embarrassed to be seen with him in public, did not want people to know he was her boyfriend, a rejection that stood in sharp contrast to his aggressive pursuit of her affections at the time. Fed Smoker was right to record everything. He even got a police chief fired and incarcerated. I want to become a rights auditor. After all the trouble pigs put me through, I just want to show up to every single every car that's pulled over on the side of the road. I want to film the whole thing. I want to sit there and harass them and see if they're going to break any laws so I can get a payday. I want to be an annoying little incel thorn in their side until the day I fucking die because of what they put me through. Chud the Builder shot a black. Let's look. Involved in a shooting. Shot a man during a confrontation half an hour ago, maybe. Somebody killed Chud's dog. Chud also shot himself. Yo, the guy's a retard, right? But whatever, right? It's fine. You know, you need the cannon fodder chud guys to go out there. That's why I'm scared to walk my dog now, dude. I think people are gonna try and kill it. And these are the good people, man. You say the N-word, they're gonna murder your pet. They're gonna try and kill you. He liked her a lot. This sounds like my situation. Embarrassed to be seen with me. Denied everything. He liked her a lot more than she liked him. Relatable. You know, it only makes sense. You know, you're a loser white guy. You get your first turn with a girl at some point in your 20s when you're decent enough looking and have a little bit of money. Of course you're going to be smitten. Meanwhile, the girl your age has been taking dick in washrooms, bedrooms, back seats of cars for a decade. Of course you mean nothing to her. Of course. I think that if you want the incel problem fixed, I think that you don't put wignats in positions of authority. You put spurned incels there. If you want things to actually improve, you either have to put homosexual men in charge of everything, or you have to put spurned incels in charge of anything. And those are your only two choices. Because the homosexuals don't cater to women. The homosexuals and the trannies are kind of based in a way. They'll invade women's spaces. I'm a bitch. I'm going to play your sports. I'm coming into the changing room. Look out, ladies. I'm coming in to drop a deuce. Trannies have fought back more against the woman menace than conservatives ever have. Unironically, just walking into a woman's washroom wearing a dress and making her feel uncomfortable has done more to right the system than a conservative ever has. And similarly, incels, instead of being motivated by their homosexuality to not give preference to women, they have a bone to pick. The videos and pictures of those 6'5" gigachads playing women's volleyball are hilarious. Just spiking them into the dirt. Yeah, I hope every woman gets a volleyball in the face and needs a Lefort 5 to reconstruct her after Chad spikes the ball into her nose at Mach 5. Just shatter the whole fucking thing. I don't think conservatives and wignats will fix anything ever. I don't think they will. Hating women is like a pyramid. At the bottom is the troons. In the middle are gay looks maxers, and at the top are incels. It's socially acceptable for trannies to punch women in the Olympics in front of everyone on television. It's so satisfying. I mean, yeah, people were crying about the boxing thing at the Olympics. I mean, make them fight without headgear, too. Make them fight without headgear. You know, men recover from concussions faster. At 41, my wife divorced me out of the blue. Now I know why. Imagine being married to someone for fucking years and she's up and leaves. You got no idea why. What's the reason? Left the business and country. I mean, they're just shaming him. I don't know. The cringe article for boomers that Chud the Builder shot somebody, let's just say. We all seen that coming. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. This is fucking cursed, man. I got to 665 subscribers, and it sat here at, it went up, it was at 667, and now it's gonna go back down again, so I have to see it at 66 or 666 again. Chud going to prison, Raja Jackson gets a UFC deal. This picture, this one makes me laugh so hard, man. I'm so glad that guy sent that in. Dressed to distress. First grade teacher arrested for first grade teacher. She's at an elementary school. First grade teacher having sex with student. First grade. I don't know. Maybe we don't hire teachers with a sleeve. I'm just putting that out there. Maybe we don't hire teachers with a sleeve. Sleeve tats teaching first grade. Yep. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here because I'm not a hysterical retard. I don't think she actually slept with a first grader. But in the United States, what is elementary school? What's the grade range? Here it's like grade 1 to 7. That's elementary school. Yeah, like what's the elementary school range in the United States? 1st to 8th in some places. So like at most, you know, for this to be an elementary school, what's the oldest possible student that could be at an elementary school? Like a 14-year-old black guy that's fucking failed 7th grade a couple times? You know, like that's like the oldest it could be. There are young ovulating foids out there working in private equity. The Claude prompts I use the most working in private equity. They are the private equity of the Epstein class. Okay, and you can look. You know, I showed my charges. If you ask out some Mason's daughter or some fucking Epstein perverts, fuck toy, expect the lodge to come down on you too. Okay? Oh, you retarded little fucking incel. You actually thought a beautiful woman wasn't already owned and spoken for? You stupid fucking retard. Let's destroy your life. That's the world you're living in. Okay? Autistics are cooked in modern times because no one knows how to act. Manners and social norms used to help with this. The idea that there was a normal that could be emulated and even aspired to was a godsend to the awkward and strange. There being no rules is how I ended up in trouble, okay? I followed the old rules. I followed what used to be considered the polite and respectful thing to do. You know, I don't know the new rules. I guess the new rules are give the girl drugs and then sneak in when her parents aren't around. Because that seems to be what's working the most for white boys. I never knew a drug dealing shitbag that wasn't willing to do that and didn't get rewarded for it. My own mother let my sister's shitbag statutory rapist boyfriend climb in the fucking bedroom window of our house. Didn't say a fucking thing about it. She's in the very next room, knew the whole thing was going on, let it happen. You're glad you never made an X account after your first was banned. It looks like a bunch of rage bait. It is. It's a hell app. Unironically. It's just here to loosh farm you even further. I think one aspect of failing marriage and birth rates that's overlooked is that younger millennials and Zoomer men aren't doormats like many men in prior generations. Happy wife, happy life, referring to their wife as the boss, letting their wife make every decision. That was the bullshit many of us were taught, and young men aren't going to do that. It's fucking gay. New Age of the Barbarians warned us that the times will change too fast. I mean, New Age of the Barbarians warned that the times would change too fast for the elderly to keep up with, but I mean, I don't consider myself elderly. I was in my mid-20s and things were already moving too fast for me to understand. Boomers taught millennials that 6 figures in a trade is low class and 40,000 a year as a barista in the whole 6 figures for a master's in gender studies is upper class, and good luck convincing Foids otherwise. It's why I have no interest in the trades. For multiple reasons, okay? It's low status. Women would rather you be a fentanyl addict than a plumber. I mean, I think it's a little hyperbolic to make the point, right? Like, women would rather you be a fentanyl addict than a plumber. So, why would I ever want a job where it makes me even less attractive to women? And I don't want to build things for these people, okay? I'm not going to be Chud the Builder. I'm not building shit. Okay? Unless we're going to start building walls out of the corpses of invaders and false accusers, Spartan style, I'm not building anything. Okay, the only thing I build will be for myself. Okay, I'm not planting a tree so the Browns and their white bed wenches can rest in its shade. Fuck that. Fry in the sun, you traitorous cunt. Late parenthood is almost as bad as inbreeding. I think it's worse. I think late parenthood is worse than inbreeding because you're not only is your kid coming out fucked up with birth defects as if you were inbreeding, you're doing it way too late. Like you fucked the population pyramid. You spent a summer tossing trash in the back of a trash truck, one of the worst jobs you've ever had. Every girl dad is motivated exclusively by the sexual tension of wanting to have sex with his daughter. They're misandrist and they will favor their daughters over their sons by leaps and bounds. It's pretty easy to find them evil. Girl dads are men obsessed with being their daughter's gay best friend. Piano recitals, sports practices, school projects, college, but at some point she's going to call another dude daddy while making noises father has never heard before. Girl dadism is built on a foundation of cope stemming from a refusal to recognize your daughter as a sexual object. A new study shows the number of women each percentile of man is sleeping with. As you can see, the majority of women are now sleeping with the top 1% of men. You know, we went from top 20% to 1%. Your society has been completely Epsteined. There's nothing left for you if you're a low-tier male. There's nothing left. Every hymen, every home, every job, it's all going to be pilfered and already has been. You're not allowed to have anything nice. I got visibility limited. I got visibility limited. This is an e-whore, by the way. Visibility limited. You can't even say the word whore. You know, you can say Jew, you can say the N-word on Twitter. You can't say whore, though. Tells you who's really running the show. They literally all were, but they'll get on the internet and squeal over Epstein as if they weren't doing the same thing at 14 except for free. Age of consent laws should charge both participants with the same amount of jail time. The buyer and the seller are committing a crime when it's drugs. This one made me laugh hard. No, babe, yours perfect. The tight ones hurt. If I ever had the opportunity, I'm keeping that one up my sleeve so I can drop it. I think that that's the best one. You know, I thought it was gonna be really tight and painful, but it's so loose and silky. Perfect girlfriend pussy. Imagine winning the sperm race only to get 360 no-scope by the snarky pothead from American Dad in IRL mating battle royale. Yeah, exactly. The dad in American Dad is a CIA agent or whatever, and what is the woman pick? The retarded stoner. Oh, I wish that could in another timeline that would have been my life. I wonder why women always seem to fall for the subversive Jewish propaganda, but they never seem to fall for, say, Christian propaganda or nationalist propaganda. Whichever deity is the correct one, I pray he gives conservatives the ability of critical thinking and foresight. Glowy has an incel son. American Dad is low-key kind of funny. And he has a wife that he doesn't deserve that cheats on him. They get that bit accurate as well. I think that's a really good post. This is a true if I've ever seen one. Okay? How can you say women are brainwashed by Jewish propaganda when you have been unable to successfully brainwash them with Christian or nationalist propaganda? That tells you right there women are choosing to do it themselves, doesn't it? That's a wonderful post. White women are choosing to betray. They haven't been brainwashed to do it. Or what are we linking here? Yeah, I mean, this is funny. Study in Sweden showed that the egg can ignore the ideal male sperm even if it's the first one to arrive. So yeah, women pick losers. Even their ovaries pick losers. Okay, well, actually, I like the way this squiggly little sperm looks better than this one, so we're gonna let this guy gets here, like, whenever he feels like it. He's taking his time. Varg Vikinis says Jews will sell you the poison, but the goy will only take it if they are that way inclined. I'm glad we're getting to this point. Okay, Women are ripe for mockery. Okay, they're overripe as far as being mothers, but oh my god, are white women a fantastic donkey to just fucking to just harpoon with criticisms and mockery. They're so ripe for that. What the nature of woman is getting at is that civilization is inherently unnatural, and that's why they make bad decisions at the biological level. I'm not giving them that excuse. I don't fall into this whole natural versus unnatural dichotomy. If it's happening in nature, it's natural. Okay, it's like I don't believe in all these forever chemicals either. I don't believe that you can, like the example of radioactive waste, for example. If you're taking materials that are in nature and you are mixing them together or doing things to them, I don't believe it's even possible to create something that is unnatural. Everything, all the building blocks that you make anything out of are natural. So how can you take the building blocks of nature and create something unnatural with it? It's like building something exclusively out of wood and then thinking that it's unwood. It can't be done. Alchemy is disparaged for a reason. Everything's part of nature, man. Everything is. Diesel exhaust is part of nature. You know, even the radioactive, deadly, allegedly shit. It's nature finds a way. Nature adapts to it because it's all nature. It's all part of nature. This is a post from China. In Guangxi, a man went on a date with an underage girl and fell victim to an extortion scam. The girl was extremely proactive, but afterward turned hostile, claiming the man had raped her and reporting him to the police. In the end, the man settled the matter through mediation by paying 11,000 won in compensation. Let's check what that costs. What's 11,000 won in USD? That's like $1,500. Luckily, the girl was already 14 years old. Otherwise, the man would have been locked up. Okay? Age of consent in China is 14, and it seems like they actually stick to it. Westoids. Emma, a 28-year-old girl, was groomed Epsteinly into sending nudes. Eastoids. Take care, fellas. This greedy child is preying on unfortunate grown men. Photo attached for reference. You know what? I'm fucking done with this country, man. I'm done with this country. I could go somewhere else and be treated like a human being. Chinese officials would look at my criminal record and go, wow, no wonder you want to leave. Like, no wonder you want to flee. No wonder you want to leave Canada. What a shithole. China #1. No wonder you want to leave America. No wonder you want to leave Canada. That makes a lot of sense. That's crazy. I can't believe they did that to you. One of these men is convicted of killing 2 women and had more offers of marriage and sex than any man could handle. The other is a self-identified incel who only said he was going to kill some women but was stopped. He has no offers of marriage or sex that I could find. Why? Well, because he didn't succeed. Posthumously, Elliot Rodger had fangirls. But only after the fact. Women all suck at mental illness. The bipolar disorder man is a poet. The autistic man is a hacker genius. The depressed man is a soulful lover. A BPD woman is a stupid bitch. An autistic woman's a stupid bitch. And a depressed woman is a stupid bitch. It's just Jolene. It's like, it's all, you're mentally ill, Jolene? Oh, okay. All right. She got duped into thinking wearing that on your sleeve is a badge of honor when you're a woman. Not the case. Hearing some interesting stories from friends who have friends taking peptides, falling completely out of love overnight with wives and partners, etc. You take peptides, you get jacked, you lose attraction to your 30-year-old wife that slept with 40 other men before you. That's what happens when your testosterone is where it's supposed to be. I wish the lowering testosterone levels in our society, they love pointing it out and saying men are so weak today because their testosterone is low. You know what else the low testosterone probably contributes to? These people all being willing cuckolds. You know, when your testosterone is that of a bitch, you probably are more okay with sharing what's supposed to be yours with another guy. It probably makes it easier to swallow. Knowing your cunt wife has a fucking double-digit body count before you came along, that's probably easier to tolerate if your testosterone is 1/4 of what it's supposed to be. I think low testosterone is responsible for the girl dad epidemic. Yeah, it's a feedback loop. The institutionalized cuckoldry is also a cause of the low T. The more you cuck them, the lower their testosterone goes, the more accepting they are of being cucked, and the more you can blame them for being cucked. Dads, if you want grandchildren, make your daughters wear bargain clothes, drive old cars, and buy their own makeup out of babysitting money. I can't overstate how destructive feeling rich in her father's house is for women's choosiness. I don't really try in the United States, and I have more in every category than nearly all women. There are quite simply too many men, too much fake money, and too few women who are young and anywhere near a 7 rating. On this hang all the discussions. High T straightens your thoughts, that's for sure. You don't take bullshit and get more aggressive. It's why women with high testosterone are the only ones that are even semi-logical. That's why boomers were allowed to freely abuse anabolic steroids. Being a completely brain-dead vegetable porn addict is more dignified than engaging earnestly in modern dating or whatever this grotesque circus is called. I'd rather beat my dick all day to fucking blacked porn than interact with a white woman again. That would be less degrading, unironically. At least I get to come at the end. It's the law, the false accusations, and the laws. Ugly/mid dudes get treated extremely poorly. You cannot demand that a man shoots 1,000 shots with a 20% chance of social media humiliation and a 5% chance of jail. You could be depressed for a year, and the only thing people notice about you is how easily you get irritated. Well, because it starts to affect them at that point. I feel very little connection to the current incarnation of the white race. However, when I talk to another young white guy in a libtard environment and we realize we're on the same page, I feel a true sense of brotherhood, an underground network devoted to destroying Babylon. A new study shows that individuals with similar levels of autistic traits are naturally drawn to one another. Brain scans reveal they use alternative, highly effective neural strategies to connect, challenging traditional deficit-based models of autism. Autism is extreme male brain theory. It means your brain runs on more testosterone than normies. I can't. This one was. I can't believe they deleted this post. So, where's this picture? Mother's Day. Where is this? Okay. Let's check in. Fuck, did she get bleached? This baby's looking a little pale. Oh no.
Good job. What time?
She's fucking shitted out in the waiting room.
Wow.
Do you hear the one? I think if the white guy's filming, he's like, holy fuck, she's my queen, an excellent breeder, man. She's not like these weak white women that need all kinds of fucking medical intervention to shit out a little broken, busted baby in their 40s. She's fucking pooping them out right in the waiting room. Water broke, baby born, bitch. It's that easy. I thought childbirth was supposed to be hard. This queen shit this fucking baby out in her pants, ripped it out of her Lululemons, and went, hey, she held it up like fucking Simba. Welcome to Earth. No doctors needed. Didn't even break a sweat in the birth pain. A strong queen. Like, the last thing you needed to see when eating, but the first thing you needed to see when thinking. And I responded to this. I said, queens be spitting them out solo in the waiting room. White women need a whole hospital worth of medical staff to help out. If white women had the resilience and intelligence of queens, we'd be in Agartha. I'm so sick of being held back by useless white women, man. Give me a real woman. Give me a queen. Seriously. They know how to birth them. White women lost that ability. White women's brains and vaginal, what do they call it? A birth canal? Okay, white women's brains and birth canals have gotten too fucking small. They have to be left behind in the past. You can deal with a small brain. You can't deal with a... Women are retarded. White women are retarded like pit bulls, okay? Half of them can't even give birth anymore because the white boy brains are too big to pass through the opening in their hip bones. They gotta have a C-section. Okay, you need a fucking black queen with hips that are fucking BBL tier, okay, to pass that big white brain through the birth canal. White women they're not a suitable mate anymore. You know, and that's why white women insist on reproducing with retarded guys, because they don't want to have a C-section scar. They can't give birth to a big brain. It's physically impossible for them. If only white women were like black sassy mamas when defending their sons. We need a birthing Olympics. Wolf slumbers maxing. I would never personally do this, but hey, I mean, it's thought-provoking. How come white women need so much fucking help reproducing and Shaniqua can just rip that thing? She's fucking standing up. She's wearing her Jordans. Didn't even get a drop of placental fluid on her clean sneakers. Okay? She's good at this, especially if that's her first time. We need emo Nubian queens. I mean, I know I played that girl's music the other day, but we're not going to be listening to her anymore. Because, I got recommended a new music video for her, and look, they ruined her. Okay, one day ago, new music video. I made the mistake. I trusted a Foyd, right? I thought, man, this black girl, she makes nice music. She's kind of cute. I like her style. And then, I mean, we covered this not even a couple days ago, right? And then they had to just break my heart. They had to put her with fucking King Von Jr. here. In the very next video. Don't get any ideas, white boy. She's giving birth standing, so her little dribbler is that much closer to the hoop. White women would never be that considerate. Black emo girl. Oh my days, I almost cummed out my baked beans. Yeah, ruined though. Okay, just ruined. You know, black guys get all the white women mud sharks, and they get the Mayo sharks too. You know, we don't get to experience her women. I would rather have shitty people having my back than shitting people stabbing me in the back. Yeah, that's fair. Heartbroken again. Heartbroken. I guess I should have looked. She does nothing but music with other nignogs while stealing white music. I should have dug deeper. I apologize. Remarkably, we've apparently reached the young men should pay off 6 figures of student debt in order to even be marriageable. It's over. It's been over. To all the incels out there, here's my tip of the day. Just lie to these women. All you really need is a clean place, a decent car, one nice outfit to pick up these hogged out women. Get some miles under your belt, and then you'll have the confidence to pursue whomever you want. Another 10 miles on a woman whose odometer already reads 100,000 is no big deal for her, but for the incel, those first 10 miles are the most important. These women, as rancid as they are, still serve a purpose, and that is their purpose. We got a based Japanese post here. To be brutally honest, the gap between me and my wife, who is a full-time housewife, just keeps widening, and I'm starting to feel like our conversations are getting harder and harder. They say you can't have a conversation if your IQs are different, but even if our IQs aren't that far apart, conversations are still tough. The difference in what we've built up over time is just too vast. We have no shared language, no common background knowledge. Even our vocabularies are a stretch. Since we can't share the same assumptions, smooth conversation becomes really difficult. I feel like the reason my wife obsesses over these tiny, to me, irrelevant details is partly her innate personality, but also because her scope of responsibility in life is so narrow that she has no choice but to dig into the trivial stuff. It comes across like she's desperately trying to assert her presence, her rights, and her sense of worth by forcing these irrational obsessions on me. Am I the one who's too warped? How can I fix this? I'm stealing all Raymond's subscribers? What? How does that work? I'm pretty sure, you know, there's enough time in the incel's day to watch both. You know, and this is like the post before, you know, I'm glad this comic is, I'm glad this comic is making the rounds because, you know, I used to think, you know, for a period of time, I thought women are, you know, they might still be, okay? They might still be. But this aspect of their behavior doesn't need to be controlled. Okay? Yeah, the women are doing it all on their own. If women were so easily brainwashed, the church would have been able to keep them brainwashed. Wignats would have been able to keep them brainwashed. They can't, they don't, so we know that women are just choosing to do what they do today. You know, there's no, oh, she was brainwashed as an excuse. The Japanese doujin writers were foretellers and prophets of the future of gene selection. Brutal cucked rope fuel. I look at the most brutal page of whatever decadent piece of erotic story made by a depraved Japanese person. I look at real life and I'm like, yup, that's how it goes. It's not even depraved. It's just an accurate depiction of reality. The tall, attractive midwit is the female ideal, as he represents the conclusion of their Fisherian runaway selection when it is not tempered by scarcity and the more lethal aspects of nature. It makes sense that women inclined towards intellect would shape themselves around this. Most women will tell you their mother put fear in their heart about having kids. The dads mostly discriminated against their own sons and mass handed out fake girl boss jobs to their perfect princess, screwing up the merit-based natural income disparities of the past. There's a type of girl dad that gives their daughter money contingent on not being a dumb slut, and they're ironically the only women worth marrying. There's a fine line between this and emotional incest. I refuse to be a pay pig for women and boomers. Of course I can't afford to not work, but I'm frugal and all my long-term goals revolve around making it more feasible to cover my expenses with a part-time job. Actually, I could already, but I'm saving for a studio. Girl dads have been coping for a century, even a millennia. A document here, a book snippet from Choosing the Sex of a Child. The following techniques have been found to be 90% effective in producing a child of the sex desired by the parents. Conceiving a male. Intercourse should be brief and ejaculation should occur quickly before the woman has an orgasm. The man should withdraw his penis halfway just before ejaculating. Men who always have premature ejaculations will more often than not produce male children. We're great, guys. Okay? Nothing but male children for me. I always thought it was a downside, but here I know it's an evolutionary advantage. In other words, if the man's sexual ability is weaker than his wife's, they will always have male children. If the male is stronger, the couple will often have female children. Conceiving a female. Intercourse should be extended and there should be many orgasms for the woman. The man should penetrate as deeply as he can and then ejaculate. That's what you don't want. So that's your punishment for bothering to pleasure a woman, is to have a female daughter. This shit made me laugh so hard. School bus stopped in front of a residential home is rear-ended by a full-size truck that doesn't slow down at all. The fag boomer hugs him. Are you okay, my young adult black son? It looks like I will have to drive you to college today. Are you okay, my young adult black son? He's Indian, not black. Are we sure about that? I don't think I've ever seen an Indian with hair like this. Black pill back shots. Is this an Indian or a black? I think this has got to be a black. I've never seen an Indian guy with hair like this. I also never see fat Indian guys. At least not young Indians. Young Indian guys are always slim. I never see them be fat like this.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, he has cornrows. He looks like T Grizzly. Are you okay, my young adult black son who looks like T Grizzly? It looks like I will have to drive you to college today. Joseph was called a righteous man for deciding not to marry a woman he thought had slept around outside of wedlock. It might have some applications for the brothers in trouble with their pastors for swiping left on boomers' daughters. Speaking of Drader husbands, have you seen the Twitter post of the dark doofy stealing a fatherless son's brownie after fucking his single mom while watching Bluey? It got lots of normies mad. The normies are figuring it out on doofies. You've seen previous comments. I just showed that to someone the other day. Let me find that. Where was that post? Did they fucking delete it? Like, what the fuck? There's no way I posted it this long ago. Someone deleted it. Okay, well, we'll just have to track it down. If you find it, link me it and I'll pull it up. I don't know where it went. The search function on Twitter is fucking horrible. I'm grocery shopping and I see this chinless white Becky pushing a cart while her Chad boyfriend in dirty pajamas follows her, and she pulls out her credit card to pay for the stuff he got. On 4chan, they post clips of Indians telling other Indians how to look like other races. Indians blackfish to get pussy, but they have to be dark to do it. It's still bewildering to me that the sitting Prime Minister of Canada was watching so much child porn that the RCMP leaked it to the Toronto Star, hoping they would bring some attention to a grown man who was head of the government beating off to child porn, and nobody did a fucking thing. So they installed Ghislaine Maxwell, the most notorious child sex trafficker in the world, family friends of the Carneys, as the Prime Minister of Canada, because no one ultimately seems to care. Ask a girl out, no problem. Prime Minister watching child porn? A-okay. Justin Trudeau used to fuck his students, by the way, his underage students. They're saying they're unverified speculatory rumors, but... Here's Grok to tell you. The allegations about Justin Trudeau having an affair with an underage student at West Point Grey Academy leading to hush money and an NDA are unproven rumors. Fact checks from Snopes finds no credible evidence. There we go. Thanks for the link. Just cracked a MILF and stole her kids' snacks. This is the stereotypical dark doofy. This is the poster child of dark doofyism. What does the dark doofy have going for him, though? The dark doofy has nice teeth and a full set of hair. So he's not as doofy as people are pretending he is. It's just I don't know. It's even dark doofies have, like, white males, even doofy white males have expectations on their appearance from women. We don't want to hear our adult children having sex with their lovers. Our 25-year-old son and 27-year-old daughter are both back living at home as they can neither afford to rent nor save for a deposit. They shouldn't need to live like monks, but hearing them in the bedroom feels a step too far. I had a friend when I was younger who had an older sister, and I'd be over at his house, we'd be having a sleepover, we'd be playing games all night, and we'd be in the basement, and his sister would be not on the floor above us, but on the second floor above us. So there's the whole middle floor in between us and the basement, and she'd be fucking her boyfriend all night long. The whole house would be fucking shaking, and the entire house would be getting woke up with her moaning and screaming. That friend is now mentally ill. He abused drugs like crazy, and I can't blame him. It broke his brain. He was an incel, right? I haven't seen him in years, because last time I seen him, he was like a fent zombie. But to this day, I believe that had a large impact on how he turned out. I don't blame him. Because that's not even my sister. And to have that happen when you're that young, oh, that's suicide fuel, man. God works in mysterious ways. If you spend decades hoarding wealth and destroying the housing market, then one day you will have to hear your adult son coming. This guy's response to that sperm thing, it's the Foyd's fault for giving birth to an incel chud rather than the Chad. If you have bad genes, it's literally because your mother's retarded ovaries picked them. Like, that's what this means. If you're ugly, if you're short, if you have fucked up teeth like me, if you're balding, that study proves that women picked it. Women picked you to suffer. They're retarded, and this is the other thing with fertility treatments. Do you think a woman whose reproductive system is so decrepit and shitty and busted and broken down that doctors have to come along and help it in a myriad of ways? Do you think her Down syndrome ovaries are going to be any good at picking which sperm reproduces? Like, really? I doubt that they do. If your ovaries are already busted, they don't work. Then how are you all of a sudden they're gonna pick good sperm? They can no longer reproduce without help, but you think that they're gonna make good choices. Imagine being socially awkward, sad, and lonely, and all of society has conspired to absolutely shit on your character and life constantly, demonizing you because you've never stuffed some slut's cunt. A 30-year-old woman is 10 years older than a 30-year-old man. I'd say about 15 or 16 years older. Without a family or an expensive wife, money isn't that important for a man, and women just require a lot more inputs for comfortable survival. Men will sleep outside for fun and wear the same shirt for 5 days. Once the boys check out, money is for girls. I would only ever bother working hard if I had a woman. That's it. And I mean, she's mine, okay? Like, there's no fault divorce, it's my wife, then I'll work hard. I'm not putting in all the effort to get to the finish line and then having somebody pop up. Downwardly mobile children of rich or middle-class parents are the vanguards of revolutions, not the poor. Brain scans have revealed children living with unstable families, excessive arguing, abusive, and neglectful, have brain changes similar to combat soldiers after active duty. Dysfunctional household to involuntary lab rat jarhead pipeline. Okay? And then you got dumb cunts like Jolynn who will go, I mean, I know his family isn't that great, but my family is so bad that I have fucking PTSD on the same level as somebody that had to go blow children's heads off in the sandbox. And you're trying to downplay it. You know, people have their complaints about Cognizant Manlet, but I think he's funny. I think he's clever. I like his argument, his angle of argumentation, because people never have any way to deal with it. All short men should voluntarily remove themselves from the gene pool. This is a win-win scenario for all women and taller men with only a few people affected negatively. Yeah, I mean, it's just 90% of men that would be too short for women, that's all. We need more of this. I like people admitting their scorn for short men. Give us our own land then, if this is how strong the ill sentiment is towards us. Yeah, we need a national divorce, but not between liberals and conservatives, not between men and women, but between incels and everybody else. You don't get to sit here and benefit from our productivity while treating us like second-class citizens. Incels are the new niggers. And they come in all colors. It's always some fat and ugly aging man who uses money to status signal because he can't get any otherwise. Grow up equals buy your way into her pussy, just like I did, which validates him. Being neurodivergent is when everyone is watching you get bullied by someone who's hitting way below the belt, crushing your soul for no reason, and no one steps in. But the minute you defend yourself with something you think is unremarkable yet kinda snarky, the whole crowd turns on you like, whoa, too far. I can't believe you just said that. That's so mean. Sally Fields says she thought Robin Williams wasn't funny while filming Miss Doubtfire. Robin was always trying something different to make me laugh. It was so unfunny. I can't begin to tell you. And then Pierce, wonderful Pierce Brosnan. We were sitting at a table at the restaurant and he made a fart noise on his arm and I was gone. That was it. Pierce Brosnan fattens up his wife because he got bored of fucking skinny women. Robin Williams kills himself. That's the dichotomy in life. That's how one woman perceives two different men doing the exact same behavior. When you bring up someone's wife being fat or a slut or their mother, some reason these are no-goes for normies. I knew when I cried at 4 years old about not getting a single particular toy I wanted from a piñata, instead of all the other toys or candy, what kind of man I would become. The past virago women I've dated, for all their hatred of bad men, had nothing bad to say about me. And that's what makes my situation sting so bad, is that I never got to hear it from the girl that I liked. She never told me to fuck off. She never told me no. I just had to hear it from her parents, from the police, from all this other shit. Now I'm just stuck in a perpetual state of limerence that Goyim, Zog, normie cattle don't understand because they don't have the capacity for love in the first place. Any study that derives results from women's preferences is fake. Hoes have no idea what they want until it's presented to them. A well-kept 50-year-old guy will drown in pussy. They're just gonna keep fucking moving the goalposts. I read a post on here the other day where they were some woman was gaslighting and pretending that you could meet a woman when you're 70 and start having a good life. It's subversive cope for young men, moving goalposts of their life further and further into the future with the hopes that they drop dead before ever realizing the carrot they've been sent to chase was a mirage cast upon them by hostiles. Got another Cognizant Manlet clip. After breaking up with her boyfriend out of fear that the relationship wasn't genuine, a woman tried to return his sweater and ID by dropping them off at a store. He arrived earlier than expected, confronted her, and viciously beat her, giving her a black eye. And all the comments are bitching about why the cashier didn't step in to protect her, not that this woman picked a guy that's gonna beat her fucking ass. He said the woman captions with, he said he'll never do it again. He'll never do it again, he promised. Beat that ass, bitch.
Right here, everything is right there.
This is the only language women respect. This is why non-white guys and white guys that are abusive always have a partner. I've never in my life met or heard of a guy that beats, slaps, chokes, abuses women non-sexually just for the love of the game that doesn't have a partner. He has a revolving door of partners. I ain't lifting a finger. I don't care if it's a white woman getting beat by her nig boyfriend. I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna kick my feet up, I'm gonna enjoy the show. That ain't my problem. Not my pussy, not my problem. Not my women, not my problem. You picked him, bitch. Enjoy the skull fracture. You'd offer the nog a Snickers? Whoa, man, you seem a little hangry. You're not yourself when you're hangry. Feeling better now? Good. Grab a Snickers. All the couples that beat on each other have makeup sex the next hour. Yeah, that's why I don't take it seriously, among many other reasons. Give him a Snickers. The backstory. I left his sweater and my ID after I told him I didn't feel the relationship was genuine on his side and I was too scared to meet up with him. So this video is me dropping his stuff off at a store for him to get it, and he found me before I drop it off. This is how stupid fucking women are. Why didn't you drop it off and then tell him? You set this situation up. Okay, you made sure you were there when he got there. People are mad at the short cashier, but he just knew his place. He's a weak little guy. He's no match for the tall, violent boyfriend. Encouraging short men to protect women enables little man syndrome. Shirley didn't want him overcompensating now. It's the natural order. Shaking my head. I agree. Defending women is the job for guys that women fuck. Okay, women deserve only the best. Okay, women deserve a 7-foot tall Adonis or Tyrone defending them. They don't want me doing it, so I'm not going to. I think that's probably what gnaws at incels the most. That they're inundated by a society that tells them that if they're simply normal and well-adjusted people, things will miraculously happen to them. But their own lives dispute this notion and no one believes them. Fathers can step up, not me. Yeah. Where are her parents? The guy was already zooted on adrenaline. The cashier would have gotten dummied for no reason. Police treat suicidal men as a threat to women, not themselves. Last Christmas, one of Australia's major suicide prevention groups had a call from a very distressed suicidal man. The counsellor did his best to support him and arranged to keep in touch, but there was no answer to the counsellor's follow-up calls. Following the organization's duty of care rules, the counsellor made a call to police, fearing the man was an imminent risk of harm. The police reaction was shocking. Is there a female partner who could be at risk? Is he likely to hurt her? Asked the police officer, whose immediate concern was not checking on the man in crisis, but rather assessing the risk that the suicidal man could be violent. You don't mean anything to this system. These people don't give a single fuck about any of us. If you don't have an underage pussy that the Epstein class can fuck, if you don't have a bussy that the gay mafia can fuck, you're useless as a male. Worse than useless. Reviled for existence by your own family. Now we got women pretending that they're meeting their husband on fucking Twitter. I don't believe this. I think that this is another Elon bot slop situation where Elon has a million fucking bots that pretend to be women and men that met on this fucking dating app, and it's not at all the case. Since everyone keeps asking how I met my husband again, it's a bit crazy, but we met in a popular incel comments section. You guys ever met any girls that are nice in popular incel comment sections, or they're all fucking dumb cunts like my mother and Jolynn? With help like that, who needs harm? Blue check mark falling for it? Yeah. Was the incel a tall, good-looking, white LARPing fake cell by chance? I'm nice and your retarded viewers think I'm a woman. Well, my retarded viewers should get more retarded. It's a med pH honeypot. I agree with that. It's Rage Bait, written by an Indian. Angler fishes, all of them. People used to tell me that with video games. They used to say I met my wife on, I've got my gamer girl Stacy in WoW. Yeah, right. It doesn't happen. Guys, quit bickering, whatever. It's... We got enough enemies without being at each other's throats for no reason. Right? Like, I don't know who started it. It's whatever. I don't want to ban either of you. Just chill out. By the way, you can change your entire timeline just by sending a risky text or saying hi to a stranger. Play with reality more. Oh, I tried playing with reality a little bit. It didn't work out so good for me. These women have never taken a fucking risk in their life. At my old work, this millennial said he had a VTuber wife, and I kept pressing him, insinuating it was a Scotty Boom relationship, and he clammed up. Indians are 100% getting paid to subvert in these spaces. This guy pissed me off. Here's the guy saying just get a woman at 70. Or the woman. I know someone in their 70s who just got married for the first time. Now they're traveling and having fun. It's never too late. Women want to gaslight you to stick around and keep paying taxes, self-improving for them so you can finally get a bitch when you're 70. Women are all users. They're all users that they claim men are. They want their quality of life to remain the same or improve while they throw 90% of the men that provide that for them in the genetic scrap heap. Then you got this fucking faggot retard popping up here. I can tell you, it's not bad at 70. It's worse if you get one in your 20s and she ruins your life without even knowing it because you didn't know better. A lot of chads get fucked early. They exchange their mommy for a bitch. I don't feel bad for chads. Okay? I don't care about the plight of chads. I got to deflower girls my entire time in school. One of them eventually cucked me before I could throw her away. Woe is me. Chads can get fucked too. I don't care. Okay? And if you don't fall into that category, if you're not one of these chad guys that thinks that they're so hard done by, then this obviously doesn't apply to you, okay? If the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it, OJ. Okay? But look around you. Look at how the plight isn't comparable. Okay? In the same way that I'm not a true cell. Okay? I don't pretend that my suffering is on the same level as some guy that has it actually really bad. You remember my video reviewing a guy full of face tattoos crying about being a sex addict? Yeah. The scumbag sailor got scumbag sailed. When I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and marry a girl until I talked to girls and realized they're all just whores for Chad and nothing like 2D girls. That disconnect is why I can't. The NTR cucker gets NTR'd. Poor thing. Yeah, exactly. Women posting the thought pyramid. Being in time, we got dismal up top here. Being in time determine each other reciprocally, but in such a manner that neither can be form or being be addressed as something temporal, nor can the latter time be addressed as being. Bro, I literally thought about that when I was 14. Women will unironically, the most retarded bitch you know just reposted this. High school diploma, associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD. The realization girls were having at 14. Also, alternatively, people at the top of the pyramid, the Orange Epstein class, get to do whatever they want. Like Hans Wormhat talks about. This is actually a covert admission, okay? If you climb the social pyramid high enough, these are your kind of color grades that you arrive at. If you make it to the top, what do you get? You get to break the rules. When it suits them, women are Aristotle at 14 years old, but when it doesn't suit them, they're fragile and vulnerable little beings well into their 30s who get manipulated by dudes who dropped out of high school and nothing is ever their fault. Remember that bitch that posted an image of her holding a liquor bottle talking about what her friends were fucking around that age? Yeah. Yep. After you finish university around 22, you immediately go from cute student to unemployed man, which is why you need to get all your mistakes out quickly as soon as possible. Woman kisses defendant who attempted to murder her with 5 gunshots during trial. Look at how sullen and annoyed the woman behind him is. Like, oh, I wish I could have a boyfriend that fucking sprays the Glock at me. Fuck, I wish I could have a gun to my head. You feel old at your age? This 22 shit is baloney if you aren't well adjusted. The point stands. Even if the age is a little bit wrong, you'll end up having what happened to me happen to you. Okay, you need to get all your rejections. You gotta find your girl before you leave high school. Because you don't get to play catch up later. It doesn't matter what the law says, your faggot mother and everybody around you will do everything possible to make sure that you never catch up, that you never get what other people got. They'll go out of their way to ensure it. They'll yidlock you, they'll gridlock you. All my viewers are out of high school, that's not true. Those are the only viewers that I like to keep around, though. The younger guys that show up here, I try to usher them out. I tell them to go use their youth while they still have it. The irony is that despite such women being defined by their intellect, they often feel a strong sense of entitlement to attractive average men than bimbos do. Everything they produce with their intellectual rigor is dedicated to appealing to average, tall, attractive women, or average, tall, attractive men. This is why, like, I don't, if I'm hypothetically, I'm not saying that I am, but if I were to file myself into the smart male category, I don't want a smart woman. Smart women are fucking retarded. They're dumber than dumb women. There is no smart women. There's dumb women and there's midwit women. Okay? And as we should have learned by now with the horseshoe effect, okay? The smart people and the dumb people are on the same page. It's the midwits that are fucking retards. Okay? I don't want a boss bitch. Okay? A better fit for me would be a bimbo that dropped out of school to hit the vape all day. That would be a better partner for me. Unironically. She'd be the superior female. In small town Canada, I only see white men working in the dirty jobs sector. Anything involving an office or customer service is 90 to 100% women. We got this actual retarded cuckold here who's advocating for dating old, used up women. Okay? And he gets instantly decimated. Naivete is more easily dispelled than innocence restored. And that's why incels are innocent, okay? The sensitive young man archetype is there for a reason. And it's not because they're all depraved and evil. It's because the world is, by contrast. Sensitive young men need an equally innocent and sensitive partner. Okay? They can grow out of their naivete together. Not some old used up cunt with a fucking attitude and mileage and baggage and expectations and opinions given to her by previous partners. That's inappropriate. That's disgusting. That's dysgenic. You can't put the innocent male with the used up, no innocence roasty. You actually had some level of success with women, but I was looking for love and they were just looking to get used, and I did not understand that at the time. Now that's my thing. I tried to wife a hoe. You know, she wanted to be fucked behind a dumpster or something, not a husband. Brutal black pill ad. The Ukrainian armed forces ads are now making fun of incels by showing a brave Chad sacrificing themselves while incels hide under a desk in his underwear in terror. You know, this is the new white feather campaign. The least romantic thing imaginable is giving your all to a woman that's already given her all to multiple other men for far less. Like putting a jailbird with a first-timer. The incel is the real brave one? Yeah. Yeah, he is, because he's willing to tell people no. This is what my mother and sister are like. This is basically their behavior, you know. Many Slavic women in the West tend to have this extremely unpleasant mercenary mindset that if you don't own one of the top 5% mansions in the Hamptons, you're a deadbeat. When they end up having kids, it's with a 75 IQ black failed rapper who doesn't even commit crimes to begin with. That's what my mother did. My father bought her a $500,000 McMansion, a nice neighborhood, excellent view, 4,000 square feet, new kitchen, and she divorced him to go fuck a nigger. Nice to see the Ted Bundy pill making its rounds. This man raped and killed over 40 women. He married one of his biggest fans in the middle of the court proceedings. During his trial, hundreds of women dressed like his victims to show support for him. Some women stood outside the courtroom with banners chanting about their love for him. He received marriage proposals while in custody. He also received thousands of nude pictures, along with thousands of flowers, letters, and money from women all over the world, not just from America. You don't believe it? Well, you better start believing it, because the whole Ted Bundy method was to prey on women's attraction to him. Oh, the helpless, wounded bird game doofy. Oh, Becky, look at this. I got a cast. Can you help me load my car? And then he crams them into the car. Kills them. His whole modus operandi was preying on women's sexual attraction. Contrast this to my situation, where not a single fucking woman stood up for me. Not a single woman did anything for me. And my own mother threw me under the bus. My own mother and sister threw me under the bus, accused me of being a pedophile. And the same thing happened when their crackhead boyfriend attacked me at our house. The two of them tried to blame it on me and my brother. The two of them tried to pin the whole thing on us. I'm glad a neighbor called the police, because that's the only reason he got removed instead of me. Resurgence of videos from the 70s of boomers that got away with rape and killing are coming up due to genealogy dating. That's why they're finally getting caught. "2023 New York Times article entitled 'American Student Loans Were Never Going to Be Repaid.' Male, white, and Asian borrowers made progress on their loans between 2009 and 2022. Female, black, and Latino borrowers had increasing balances until the repayment pause came into effect." So this aligns with what we already know, that basically only white men and Asian men are capable of civilization. Everybody else is a subhuman. Women and all the non-whites, on average, there's exceptions to this rule, of course. Exceptions to every rule, but just extrapolate this out to society as a whole. The only people putting anything back in the coffers instead of just fucking draining them are like a minority of the population. America is what? America's 50% white. And let's say 50% of the white people are male. And America's what? Let's say 5 or 10% Asian. Let's say America's 10% Asian, so you have 5% of the population is Asian males. 30% of the population is paying all the bills for everybody else. The 30% of the white nation's population, that is white males and Asian males, are paying everybody else's bills. Boomers and Gen X don't hold their daughters to any standard. Their standards fall at the feet of their daughters. If their daughters turn out as whores, then they conclude that sexual promiscuity doesn't actually matter. You cannot convince them otherwise. This is like my mother. My mother refuses to admit she raised a whore. They might say that promiscuity is bad. Until then, they have an actual promiscuous daughter. Then it becomes not so bad. In fact, you should just stop talking about it. That's where my mother's at. Just don't talk about it. DEI's biggest proponents are old white women who want to hire black men in Latifahs and old white men who want to hire young white women. The United States is probably 40% white. I mean, I'm trying to overestimate it, right? So people can't pretend that I'm, that my numbers are inaccurate in a way that favors me. If anything, the numbers are even worse than I represent them to be. And that's how I always want to present it. However bad I say it is, it's probably worse. Older generations expect younger men to suffer for the preservation of their daughters, but they failed to raise daughters worth suffering for. If they knew the reckless, selfish, and promiscuous women they've raised, they'd maybe rethink that position, but I have yet to see that take place. Many of them are doubling down on their allegiance to simping and expect us to simp for their daughters the way they simp for their wives. Men are not lifeboats for your daughters and granddaughters to jump on. This is doubly ironic considering their generation pushed so hard for girl boss independence. High incels and low incels. High incels are the cerebral, melancholic types disappointed with how the world cannot meet their need for idealized love. They write essays exploring the role of sex and romance in modern society, building theatrical frameworks for why they can't get any, wondering about the big picture implication and reasons, and may in fact outwardly appear as surprisingly functional members of society to the chagrin of the low incels, who disclaim them as full cells or even fake cells. Typical habitat: the middle classes of Western civilized societies, undergraduate academia, male-dominated white-collar jobs, text-heavy social media. Many people on this app are this type. Low incels, arguably the earlier class to emerge, are much more concerned with questions of raw sexuality and attractiveness, and dualist Machiavellian classifications or dualist Manichean classifications of who is and who's not a true incel, with as little as a friendly glance from a woman being grounds for excommunication from the most hardline sex. Unlike the high incels, they generally do not idealize romance as such, with some even claiming they would be entirely satisfied with sex robots, institutionalized rape, or mass prostitution. Mental disorders such as pedophilia are not uncommon, and in exceptionally rare cases will actually escalate to violence. One so famous low incel is Elliot Rodger. I would actually argue he's a high incel. He's a high incel that was in a fucking boiler pot and snapped. While both sorts of incels are prolific writers online, low incels writing has a very distinct in-group jargon-heavy voice, easily recognized to the trained eye, and is generally found in shorter form media. Typical habitat: middle schools, strongly sex-segregated third-world societies, dead-end workplaces, streaming websites, TikTok, and adjacent apps. Clavicular is arguably the most successful example of a low incel who ascended on his group's own terms. Incels used to be exclusively these dysgenic, often non-white, curry cells, rice cells, etc., horrific-looking, autistic, and socially incompetent men who were wholly unappealing to women. Call them Incel 1. These are numerous, but are no longer alone. Now we have Incel 2, a different beast. Incel 2 is intelligent, usually somewhat physically attractive. He can and could get laid, but it's not about sex for Incel 2. Incel 2 surveys the landscape of women and he hates it. He hates one-night stands. He hates mind games. He doesn't want anything to do with hookups. He never wants to wear a condom. the Jewish raincoat, and he doesn't want to become a pickup artist. Incel 2 wants a relationship, often a romance, something that isn't really offered by society. It's not about sex, that's inaccessible, it's about control and honor. Incel 2 is not a volcel. A volcel is someone who's able to have what they consider a desirable relationship, but abstains for religious reasons or others. Incel 2 can have a relationship, but only a shameful or undignified one. Raymond type is how incel is represented, shouting into the camera, I just want to fuck. Control and honor, the very loaded terms. They are, the way they use them, but not necessarily inaccurate. Even if you just view it as wanting to maintain control over your own honor within a relationship. Men would be glad to be married if the bride was an 18-year-old kissless virgin, 10 out of 10 orphan with her own paid-off house. A 26-year-old non-virgin, 6 out of 10 with $90,000 debts, no assets, and the in-laws to deal with, that's an invitation to a bailout. After my experience with this whole thing, I would never, ever, ever interact with a woman again, especially not a woman that still has her parents in her life. Fuck having in-laws. Did I see Ray got a YouTube strike? I mean, that's why YouTube just isn't sustainable, man. He should spend as long as possible on there while I don't know, while trying to transfer to other platforms. I'm surprised they let him stay on YouTube for as long as they did. I thought for sure he would have been gone after the whole Thomas White thing. Here's me pissing in a toilet ASMR. The things I would no longer do for white women. All my piss is going straight in the toilet bowl or the discarded soda jug in my room. I don't care if you're rolling around on the ground covered in fucking napalm. You're not getting my piss. You're getting nothing from me. Did I see Chud the Builder shot someone? I mean, well, yeah, I did, but I mean, I'm not gonna... No, I didn't mute the flushing sound. I muted it so you couldn't hear me not flush and not wash my hands. That's why I muted it. What does a sub even do? A sub gives Kick $5, and then it gives me $4.95. That's what a sub does. I wouldn't be surprised if you get better notification or something too as well. What do you mean, how do I get a sub? I'm confused. It doesn't seem that complicated. We didn't even get performative hand washing this time. How long do you think you should wash your hands to cross the barrier from performative to actual hand washing? I usually try to give it 10 seconds or so. 10 hours. Just rub your hands raw till the flesh wrinkles and peels off. Tennant killed himself because he wouldn't renew his lease. Or we wouldn't renew his lease. We manage a property for an owner. He has owned the property since the early 2000s and inherited a tenant who has lived there since 2002. The tenant has been there for 24 years. The property owner never increased his rent once, and the tenant was only paying $475 a month. The tenant was now 73 years old, a retired contractor who couldn't work anymore, and he lived alone. He had been behind on rent multiple times. This time, the owner wanted him to move out due to the fact that he was smoking cigarettes in the unit, impacting other tenants. He was also behind on rent again. This time, we gave him a deadline. As the deadline approached, we gave him multiple reminders and he stopped responding to us. He was always communicative previously. On the day he was supposed to move out, he plugged all the drains, turned on all the water inside the house, broke off matchsticks in the locks so he couldn't get in, and then shot himself in the head. This is what I'll do to my mother's house if she ever tries to have me removed forcibly again. Cap story, I don't think so. I don't think it is. Boomer faces the possibility of paying the rental prices millennials and Gen Z have known their whole lives and promptly shoots himself in the head. This lines up with boomers for me, man. You know, I didn't get really anything my whole childhood, okay? Over the course of 20 years, the only real significant purchase my parents made for me would have been I think like a $500 bicycle and like a $1,000 gaming PC after my parents had already divorced. So, my mother never went without a pack of cigarettes. Okay, like what does a pack of cigarettes cost? $18 to $20? So over the course of my life, like my mother has spent far more on cigarettes. Okay, she probably smokes a pack or two a week, I'd imagine. At least, probably 2 packs a week at least. So if we calculate here, if we get out the calculator and we go $20 pack times 2 packs per week times 4 weeks a month times 12 months a year, my mother's spending $2,000 a year on cigarettes. Okay, my mother spends more money a year on cigarettes than she ever did on gifts for any of her children. For your mom, it's random thrift store slop and plants that always die. Parents who kick their adult sons out for being losers have no idea the level of fire that they're playing with. They really don't. They don't get it. This is why I don't get along with my mother. Why her little tantrums about not getting any kind of Mother's Day recognition fall on deaf ears. I spent my entire childhood getting like pairs of socks and a new toothbrush and toothpaste for Christmas. Why do you think you deserve anything on Mother's Day? Guys are constantly told to improve, while women would never even think twice about quitting cigarettes or quitting drinking unless it was a life or death situation where rehab was required. $2,000 a year. I have, let's say I'm 30 years old. If my mother simply didn't smoke cigarettes, if my mother just didn't smoke cigarettes, she'd have enough money available to put a down payment on a home for each of her 3 children. But somehow it's all my fault. They kicked their sons out for being loveless losers despite getting cock-caged from doing so and sabotaged each time they tried to get themselves up. They banged drug-addicted men at the Alcoholic Anonymous meetings. That's $60,000 pissed down the drain, and that's without even getting into my mom's red wine habit. Okay, she doesn't just abuse one substance, it's a cigarette and red wine all day, every day. So what does a box of red wine cost? I never buy it, so I don't know. A 4-liter box of red wine typically costs between $30 and $46 Canadian. So it's even worse than that. It's $60,000 that have been pissed down the drain on cigarettes, and it's at least a box of red wine a week. So let's go $45 after tax. By 4 months in a year, or four weeks in a month, times. Okay, so we're talking about a mother that spends upwards of $4,000 a year on substances. Okay, so we're at over $100,000 that she spent on cigarettes and red wine, while I can't afford to move out of her basement. My mom sends $1,000 a month on top of expensive cosmetics overseas to her sisters and their entire family who live in a 5-story house for free. I get called disgusting for not having a job. Not even taking into account the bailout she gave your brother and sister from the house equity. Yeah. My mother, you've heard the recording, I get attacked over a hash brown. Why not? Don't you care about the future of the West? Why am I getting lectured by the same misandrist, shortest people for checking out, yet they're the literal tall men who refuse to fulfill the duty nature designed them for? It makes more sense for short men to opt out. Everyone always brings up guys dating younger women, but no one brings up that it's oddly convenient that when you're in your 30s, every 20-something girl starts dressing like your high school crush because it's resto, or it's retro. Maybe you should be complaining to Foyd customer service about that. When I was a teenager, the Stacys my age were happily falling for millennial and Gen X guys. But now that I'm in my mid-20s, I'm not even allowed to look in the general direction of a Foyd 12 months my junior. My life has just been one big rug pull. I wouldn't even care if the age of consent got raised to 50 or whatever libtards want. It's the virtue signaling and dishonesty I can't stand. Bro, I was talking to this girl and I found out she was only 18. I blocked her immediately, man. I'm not a pedo. Like, just shut the fuck up. The performative virtue. Wait till Gen Z finds out that the age of consent in 30 states is. Pedophilia is legal in the majority of this country. Crazy. And this is where I can't agree with this. The law didn't matter. The age didn't matter. I got lectured about her being a minor by my own family and by the law like I was fucking cradle robbing. Like I was there trying to fucking date a 5-year-old. It made no difference to them. The actual written law didn't matter at all. It didn't matter that she was legal because people didn't like how they felt about it. They're going to do age of 21 consent federally like they did with gay marriage? Probably. Do you know that back in the day, the age of consent for heterosexual relationships was actually lower? Like, you could consent to sex if it was a heterosexual relationship at a couple years younger than you could consent to a homosexual one? That's the world we used to live in. Now we have the opposite. Now we have homosexual couple adopts male boy and rape it to death on the homosexual side of things. And then on the straight side of things, we have less than decade older male politely tries to court girl next door who's legal, is lynched. Heterosexual normal things, lynched. Homosexuality, here's another baby to rape. You raise your kids for 18 years straight where the only option for conflict resolution or even just solving problems generally is to tell an authority. And then they're just shit out of luck for the extremely common situation where the authority itself is the problem. The fat predator poacher kike, that Alex Rosen guy that bought himself a Gentile wife. It's all performative. I'm here retweeting fucking Ed the Kike Krasenstein because he's the only one calling out the other Jew. I can't tell who's Jewing who anymore.
Dude, you can't say fucking live stream.
Shit,
It's
my bad, nigga.
dude. Are gonna get offended and report us.
Oh, you right.
What the fuck is wrong with you? This guy just said racist creep. Oh,
Where are you, black?
yeah. It's probably a fucking angry or something.
Oh, you right.
I don't want to eat anything right now. What the fuck, racist for real?
How are you?
Did you know that?
Look at this fucking slob pig. This is the guy who thinks he's better than the people he's entrapping.
That there were some black guys in the squadron that went on the beach even though they can't swim. It's very cool.
I have a 3-year-old in my basement that's like lacking vitamin D. I need to give this to her. It's my birthday, so I'm being generous for one day to her.
Listen to this guy. This is the guy who puffs his chest out. He pretends to be a fucking hero. Rescuing the poor women's from the pedophiles. He's joking about fucking 3-year-olds.
I think that's what you're supposed to say out loud.
What?
That you have somebody in your face. It's a window in the basement.
I provide her with plenty of D, just not the vitamin part.
You hear this?
No, that's not good either.
Oh, really?
Not if it's a child.
Well, I was tired of being a virgin, so what the fuck?
Do you hear this?
No, that's not good either.
This fat kike would be up my ass for asking a girl out, and he's fucking jovially joking in public about having a 3-year-old in his basement that he gives plenty of dick to. And then the women go, oh, he's catching all these white perverts.
Either.
Oh, really?
Not if it's a child.
Well, I was tired of being a virgin, so what the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah.
You know that piece of cloth on your upper body, from your hip to your neck, the shirt?
I want to look at his ugly fucking head, man.
Yeah. Yeah, take it off. Cause they ask. Wait, what? Yeah. Predators ask for a lot of pictures, man. They're sick. Go.
He's telling a 13-year-old that he's using to entrap other people to take their shirt off for him so he can get pictures.
Cause they ask. Wait, what? Yeah. Predators ask for a lot of pictures, man. They're sick. Go ahead, take off your shirt. Okay. Do that and stick your tongue out. As you're doing it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? You promise you're 13. Yeah.
So Alex Rosenstein can sit here and ask a 13-year-old to stick their tongue out for him, to take their shirt off so he can take pictures of it and then use that to entrap other guys. And this is who's held up as a hero. This guy would think he's morally superior to me.
Now, just start going up and down with it. I know they ask for this stuff, man.
He only sucks at night. Queer. He doesn't look like kind of Dracula.
Hey, Chris. Chris, you know what you need to do with your life?
I hope this guy gets his fucking brains spattered out. Only one of these predator poacher things was so good. It was like a 19-year-old guy showed up to meet a 17-year-old girl, and when the whole thing turned out to be a big trap and they tried to attack him, he fucking shot them and killed one of them. And he was ruled not guilty because he didn't commit any crime.
After this, end it.
Fucking oh shit, I said that in front of 216 people.
Okay, so I'll be honest about the decoy pick. So one of the decoy
They select for Timmy Flyers guys now that they're disabled to prevent that from happening.
picks, the Hispanic boy that we use, that's my cameraman's little cousin. And the white decoy that we use, he's 17. And yeah, I met him on PS4. We're playing Madden together. And
how is this not grooming?
He said he was down to do it. So yeah, that's where I get the decoy pictures from.
How old is the Latin guy, the kid?
He is 16.
So you have two minors that you use as decoys.
Yes, and their parents both know.
It's in a folder, and I took that shit in high school. And and that's the one that's in the Predators.
So he's sending child porn of himself. He's sending nudes of himself when he was underage to these people.
Called emergency dick pic, and literally, so.
He's an actor? What Jew act? All of them?
So, okay. So the one that I sent to the Predator that me and Cassidy caught, I sent it on the toilet. And, you know, my legs are, like, pretty fucking big. So, you know, I was taking the picture like this, and my legs were in the way. So I literally had to freaking spread my legs and move forward. And, you know, I would have my, like, wee-wee right here.
No one cares about the jokes and skits I've done. Yeah, because you're a fucking kike, and people are brain dead. But does he have a banger song written about him? These fucking retarded lagger wignut, this is why I can't stand the right wing. The right wing is so fucking brain dead. They have the exact same brain virus times 10 that the libtards do. They can't discern reality. They can't look and go, you know, this person isn't on my team, but they're telling the truth. Ed Krasenstein doesn't... I don't like Ed Krasenstein. Okay? That's not the point here. The point is Jew versus Jew conflict is the only time you ever get the truth about any of them. You know, the only reason you got to see my fucking papers today is because that kike Jolynn was mouthing off. The fact that pedo poachers like him and Gideon are doing Daily Star guesses videos with EDP shows it's all a mind game and they don't take it seriously. The people all seething at him. He didn't make this up. Alex Rosen, I fight for kids. I hate this kike is so annoying, man. It's my problem with everything else is it's like the people with the fucking morality badge, they get to just do whatever the fuck they want. They get to break as many rules as they think they should be able to in the pursuit of something that may not even exist. Jolynn is the most P-mead for North America. She definitely gets paid to Janny. Her holding a job at Staples was a long LARP. It's an angry cunt, man. That's why she has Lolly in her name. That's why she's got Lolly profile pictures. It's because it's like I had a friend get on someone I thought was a friend get on Discord the other day, okay? And he gets in the channel and he starts fucking immediately yapping about, "Hey, how do I make napalm? How do I make better napalm?" And I had to tell him he's a fucking retard and disavow right there in the conversation, because I don't need this coming up in a courtroom at some point and somebody thinking that I'm okay with that and I associate with people like that. That's what Jolynn does. Jolynn comes in, starts spamming fucking lolly shit everywhere and accusing other people of being pedophiles. Well, she's the one propagating it. You hope he gets curb stomped by young niggas. Where's Glocktavius when you need him the most? Yeah, I hope they catfish Glocktavius, and Glocktavius just dumps his 100-round drum at this retarded kike. That would be fantastic. It's entertainment slop.
If you have to people up a group, they're all the same and they're all awful, there is one group.
Who are you talking about?
Who runs the show? They're spread out all over the place, and they're the worst.
We're about as different as you can get, me and this lady, and we both hate her.
You want to make out? You are all kind of good looking. I'm a little confused, but I could take care of too.
Yikes, dude. This is who's agreeing with you. This is the based trad shield maidens that are criticizing the Jews on the internet. Some tatted up old bitch with facial piercings that immediately offers to fuck Sam Hyde and the whole crew.
Do you guys have any...
If being an anti-Semite means allying with people like this, I'd almost rather ally with the Jews against these people. You know, I have more in common, I guess, with a group of people that see everyone around them as retarded, easily manipulated cattle than I do with degenerate retards.
Weird things that you do that you're like embarrassed of? I'll tell you my weird thing. I bite my face. I will not, I don't even care. My whole face will go twisted. I do it all the time. What's yours?
He finds used diapers and microwaves them for the heat.
What's your name again?
Dr. Joseph.
Dr. Joseph. It's a doctor. She doesn't even skip a beat. Sam tells her that the guy's she chews her face, he microwaves diapers, and then Sam tells her he's a doctor and she respects him. This is how brain dead white women are.
Strong grip.
I'm
Break
serious.
my fingers.
Come on, Joseph, we're gonna save the world today. What are you here for again? Just kidding. You haven't said a joke yet, and I've like been nailing them.
I'm not a comedian.
Yeah.
His style of humor. His style
You're
of
the
humor.
comedian.
No, his style of humor is a little bit more. It's like a slow burn.
Was that to loosen me up? Like it'll be comedians?
Who said it was a comedy show?
Shit, could be another of my delusions. No, I don't have delusions. I don't think.
You seem pretty normal.
No.
I think you're misunderstood.
Think if you hung out with me all the time, you'd punch me real good. Just one of those
Why would he do
punches that
that?
made you go up and over. Or you'd learn how to shut me out.
Isn't Sam Hyde a phony? Sam Hyde got the same thing I did. They tried to entrap me with an underage girl. Sam Hyde fucked that Marnie girl when he was younger. That's what they have on Sam Hyde. That's it. And it's not like it's a fucking toddler. It was like teenage girl. So I don't know. That's what they do. They blackmail men with their natural impulse. You know, when you got to blackmail women, you got to catch them on camera, like eating a baby or something like that. When you're a white male, they put you with a teenage girl that then stabs you in the back. That's how they get you.
Completely.
So you're single right now.
And it's so easy, and most of the time it works for them, I'm sure, which is why they get their ego so bruised when it doesn't. You know, most of the time, you know, you just have to find a guy he doesn't even have to be ugly. He just has to not be very attractive. And you can safely assume he's a loser that missed out on all of his formative experiences. And you just dangle the chance to have that in front of him. And next thing you know, you got another retarded goyim on the line. That's what they do. That's their strategy. Most of your intelligence agencies, their entire strategy is using their kids as weapons to entrap political dissidents. That's what they do. That's their job. And then they go move to another town and do it all over again after the first success.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. This time for good. I'm sticking it.
You know, the bitch that got me is probably moved to one of your towns by now. She's probably on the East Coast or down in America doing it to somebody else.
I'm sticking it this time. I'm done.
Careful with the table.
Because, really?
It doesn't look like
do you
much.
know what? Do you even know what this is used for? Making cheese. You're right. Very good. All right, you guys, come on. Ask me a question. Seriously, somebody's gonna guide me through this.
Do you know why you're here?
Oh, jeez.
Is your name Andrea?
Andrew?
Andrea?
Andrea. No.
Is that your name?
Not today.
Sorry.
She's brain dead, man. Her brain is locked into when she first started taking drugs. This is a 13-year-old girl in a 50-year-old woman's body.
That's all right. Dorcas.
Dorcas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Do you know why you're here?
Like on this planet?
She's just brain dead. She's impossible to conversate with.
Side of the head as hard as I humanly possibly can. No, I'm playing, yo.
Yeah, no, you're good. But all right. Well, I think we should get into it.
Don't tell me it's gonna turn like a porn set or something. You are all kind of good looking. I'm a little confused, but I could take you all too.
Oh God.
I mean, no, not like in a porn way. I mean, I could fight my way out if I needed to.
Who are you closest with right now in life? Who's the closest
My
person to
son.
you? Your son.
He's only 15, so.
You're my son. Imagine this is your mother. You're a 15-year-old boy and this is your mother. And she gets on the Sam Hyde show to make a fucking clown of herself.
You know how lucky I am to have a 15-year-old boy as my closest person? Do you know how awesome that is?
Closest person? That's a son husband that's going to have no fucking life. If he's not already destroyed, he will be.
I'm being silly.
No, I don't know.
Have you ever hung out with a 15-year-old boy? You were one.
Don't.
Do you think it was my best friend is a 15-year-old boy?
Okay, aside from your son, who?
No one. Literally no one. Everyone in my family that mattered is dead. Or everyone that was good to me is dead. And,
So he has no family. He's estranged from the rest of his family. His crackhead mother is leaning on him for support, and if she isn't, will be in the future. This is the average white household now. This is what you grow up with as a white boy. You know, it makes black households seem sensible. You know, you get beat by your mama with a Nike slide when you fucking break the TV screen or something. I'd rather be dealing with that than an actual pillhead nutcase, like most white women are. You know, the unmentioned downside of white women's worship of authority is that anything that comes from the government, whether it's a COVID vaccine or head meds, SSRIs or anything else, they just fucking gobble them down like it's a police officer cock. Or a firefighter dick. They're absolutely obsessed with it. If it comes from somebody higher than them in the social pyramid, they'll fucking gobble it all down. And then they'll end up like this, a fucking mentally fried 60-year-old woman that can't even have a coherent thought.
You don't make many friends the older you get. It's hard. What do you do?
You don't make any friends the older you get. You don't make any friends the older you get as a woman because you're dumb, you have a shit personality, and nobody likes you. The one thing that you had, your attractiveness in youth, you mistook that for a personality, so you never developed one. You thought things would always stay that way for you.
No.
Have you ever casted a spell?
Do I seem witchy to you?
No. Well, actually, honestly, yeah. He believes that women, even a powerful witch, can't be responsible in business without a strong male hand. That's what his opinion is. And I say it's probably because he's Italian. They're yapping.
Nah, don't even get me started on which nationality I think is the most annoying.
Tell me.
Oh, no. See if you can guess.
Black.
But...
You would kill Africans?
Would I kill Africans?
You just went like this.
What? How do they have to do with Africans? Those are not my group that I want.
You're talking about people going crazy.
If you have to people up a group and go, they're all the same and they're all awful, there is one group.
How do you hold something like this accountable? Like, when you interact with a woman like this, this isn't a human being. This is a golem. So in that sense, like, I can kind of understand not punishing them because it's not... All you're going to do punishing a woman like this is cost the taxpayer more money incarcerating them. You know, these people need to be exiled or removed from society in one way or another. There's no punishing them into improving.
And they ain't Africans.
You know, punishment only works on somebody intelligent enough to comprehend what they're being punished for, and somebody that also agrees with the punishment. You know, listen, I guess I did fuck up. Yeah, I kind of deserve this. If you're missing those two ingredients, all you're doing is pissing money down the drain. The second they get out, they're going to reoffend immediately.
What are they?
Africans are probably the superior.
The best group.
Superior.
Look at this, a white woman worshipping niggas. Is this a Jew? Is it a Jew pretending to be a crackhead, pretending to have 2 sleeves of tattoos, single mom with a 15-year-old son? Did the Jews make her do this, or is this just another retarded white bitch?
But who's the group that's all the same?
I wish I was black. I think I might be.
This is my mother. Most white women from this generation do wish they were black because they worship authority figures, and the whole time the authority figures have been telling them, blacks are the coolest, blacks make the best music, blacks are athletes, blacks have swag. And white women's brains, their porous little vessel minds, just soak it all up, and they don't fight any step of it. They enjoy it. They enjoy being turned into this.
Don't know who my dad is, and
what's the
he's
group
dead.
of people that...
The one Chad Fentanyl head from an earlier video seems more well-adjusted than her. Yeah, he just has some brain lag, or it takes him some time to consider his answers. This woman, it's just a non-stop spew of retarded slop.
They're all the same, though.
Oh, I'm not telling you who I hate the most.
Who? Tell me.
No.
Why?
I don't know why you can't. I'm telling you in my head. If you have any... I heard you guys were intuitive, too.
She fucking jiggles around and constantly clutching herself. This is a fucking tweaker. I feel so bad for her son, man. I hope he gets somewhere. I hope he gets out of this. Because you're not going to have a life if this is your mother.
Wherever you are, you liar.
I don't know, racial hatred is pretty... Is it white people?
No, I don't... No. No, it's a purebred. It's one of the freaking purebreds. Who runs the show? Like, there's a bunch of them purebreds, but they're spread out all over the place. But these ones especially claim not even this main part, but in one little tiny place, and they're the worst.
Oh, it's just Jews.
And I've met so many of there's not Jews, but Jews are awesome.
Who are you talking about?
I would like to be a black Jew. Actually, they're probably the best ones.
Who are you talking about then?
With a little Swiss.
They claim one little
Norwegian,
place.
Too.
You're saying they're spread out everywhere and they claim one little place?
There's a whole bunch of people that would say, I am blank. But there's this kind, and then there's
Autistic men spawn the most poetic, shining big brains. Autistic women spawn a naggy, shrieking dumb bitch.
This kind, and then there's this kind, and then there's one little spot where some of them congregate and they call themselves different ones than all the other ones, and they're the worst ones. Ugh. And I've met so many of them and they're all the goddamn same. So I'm like, show me one that's different. Please change my mind. I don't like to be a racist, stereotypical, whatever.
I gotta know who you're talking about.
Oh, they're the worst.
I need to know this information.
Fine. How about I'll tell you all details about them?
You're talking about Costa Rican?
No. These people don't even, even their dances are fucked up. The women dance alone together because the men are such, sorry, I swear a lot when I talk about these.
You're not talking about Jews.
No.
Are you talking about the men dance alone?
Have you ever seen the Jews dance? That looks like the most fun in the fucking world.
Yeah, it does.
Their voice sounds, their language sounds like they're always clearing.
Have you guys seen this clip of like the bar mitzvah or whatever with like all the little Jewish boys, and they bring out the food trays and they all fucking dive on it and take everything? You wonder why you can't afford a house. You wonder why hymens don't fucking exist. You wonder why dignity isn't even permitted to a white male anymore. Look no further than this. You know, all those things are limited, finite resources that certain other groups of people are allowed to access and pilfer and take absolutely everything before you're even in the game. And then you have to follow the rules, all the written rules, and then all the other unwritten rules, apparently, while they get everything and you get nothing.
Their voice sounds, their language sounds like they're always clearing phlegm out of their throat.
Portuguese?
Crackhead men are disenfranchised druids with deep, wise messages. Crackhead women are silver spoon sluts who thought their lives weren't dramatic enough, so they went outside to get fucked up. That's very poetic. I think that's true.
Like I said, even if Fred, I'm not going to tell you.
She doesn't know
I don't
Portuguese
believe
people.
in hate. Hate is
Oh,
not
I hate Portuguese people. They fucking are the most terrible.
You can't run with it. I'm not going to admit to shit.
I hate Portuguese people.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah, they do. They suck, man.
There's a just for
That's
example.
wild.
I'm not saying that I'm admitting to anything, but there are a lot of Portuguese in the world. They're like in Brazil and all
This is wild.
And then there happens to be some that are just in
This lady,
Azores,
we're about as different as you can get, me and this lady, and we both hate Portuguese people.
You want to make out?
Do you think you have an evil laugh?
She does the smoking hand reflex. Yeah, the whole time she's stressed, she's holding her hand in front of her mouth like she's holding a cigarette. You know, her brain has just been fried by one substance after another her entire life. There's nothing left in there. You know, like, if there was a soul, it had been drained out of her long ago. You know, imagine being the boy that's being raised by a woman like this. Just an actual meat puppet for substances.
I don't think it's evil. It just shows.
Can you laugh? Can I hear it again?
No. Maybe laugh then.
You know, and I'm being harsh on her. Okay, the women in my personal life are very like this, where they're so sweet, they're so kind to you. I bet you this bitch is a raging shrew at her son. Okay, I bet you I'd love to hear the son's opinions on this mother, because I bet you we're gonna have a Destiny and his son type bifurcation in outlooks at the world.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not a comedian or I tell a joke, but.
Have you ever had a near-death experience?
A couple. Pick an element, and I'll tell you a story.
Fire.
So I had this terrible fucking landlord. I think he was probably trying to hit on me, but I told him the radiators don't work in this shithole. Like that. And he told me I was crazy. I'm like, no, I know. Yes, I'm crazy, but I know what a cold fucking radiator feels like.
Why do you keep calling yourself crazy?
I've been called that since I was very young. Crazy Dorcas, that's what they would say, you know.
I don't think she's crazy.
But then they'd be like, but I like you're crazy. I'm like, it's fun for you? Is it fun for you?
You do have crazy eyes a little bit. You got the crazy eyes, just a little bit. Someone told me I have crazy eyes recently. It was an ex of mine.
You have the devil's eyes. They're so dark. Just very dark.
That doesn't make me feel good.
No, it's sexy. I mean,
That makes me feel a little
I
better
don't know if
now.
you're tall or not. You've been sitting down the whole time.
I'm like 5'5".
Most crackhead dudes you've heard and talked to were guys who got fucked over or knew they already lost at life, and so they went on sitting near a subway, sneaking around and laughing at the city slicker. White woman compliment. You look like Satan. Wow, thanks, white woman.
Too many
5'6".
sausages in this room for me to check you all out, so I don't know if you're tall enough, but you got the Doctor Stranger thing going up. What?
This is and who's the woman sits here and just non-stop hits on the most ethnic guy in the room. Imagine being this bitch's son, man. My heart goes out to him. Yeah, this would be if you didn't want to kill yourself already, this would be the nail in the coffin if you were him. You know, this is the type of situation where, like, this guy kills his mom and, you know, police discover after he's been playing Fortnite for years in the home, you know, a wellness check from the neighbors because they haven't heard from him or her or something. Like, that's how this kind of situation ends. Yeah, how can your fucking retarded mother is gonna go on the Sam Hyde show and lust after a brown mutt for 20 minutes while making herself look like a crackhead because she is.
You got your own thing going on.
I was just
jealous?
thinking,
Why
no.
are you so jealous?
I'm not
You
jealous.
keep-
I was
you keep
looking in his
knocking him
eyes
down,
trying to
too,
see
you're
what
like-
And she's mad now. She's fucking talking shit to Sam. Sam's jealous that she's flirting with the half brown guy.
the fuck you talking about.
Not the jealous type.
You want to look in his eyes? I can pause. You guys look in each other's eyes.
I got the information I
Make
needed.
it meaningful, though.
That there's
Make
nothing
your
in there.
glasses.
Thank you.
How blind are you?
Very.
I could see by the side. I was like, ooh, I could use those.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the asshole, the radiators didn't work, so I had to use a space heater. So my electric bill is astronomical, and the fucking thing lit on fire, and I would have been dead. But my cat, who I thought was retarded, but he jumped on my face and would not stop. And he was like, meow, meow. And like, yeah.
This retarded white woman is only alive because she had a 4-legged fur baby acting as a fucking life alert bracelet. She probably passed out from fucking liquor or drugs and almost burnt the fucking thing down with her inside of it. Had to get rescued by a fucking non-sentient animal.
He woke me up, and I'm like, that doesn't smell right. But the special cat to the rescue.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. He was crazy too. He had like this weird, he went outside and he wasn't supposed to. And he got this weird cut, and then it went all zombie. It was bigger and bigger, but I was like, vet bill for free cat or hydrogen peroxide.
Vet bill for free cat, or I'm gonna... So she tortured this cat. This cat had a big fucking wound on its head. That she... Okay, cat is more sentient than her. Take that back. Okay, I won't besmirch cats. Okay, I'm not gonna talk shit on animals. I'm feeling bad for the cat now here because the cat had an injury and this woman just fucking started dumping shit on its fucking head. Hydrogen peroxide. The wound never healed, never got it addressed. And the animal still loved her enough to save her life. And what does she think about it? She think the cat that saved her life is a free cat that she wouldn't spend a fucking dollar on for a medical bill.
I healed him.
What's the coolest thing you've ever seen in person?
When I, what would be the best way to describe it? Turned into atoms and then came right back together. And I'm not fucking around at all.
What was it that did that?
Angels friggin' saved me.
Mhm.
And it was raining, and I'm a hardcore New England driver, so I'm like, just rain. Da, da, da. But the way I took the curve, it was like, uh-oh, and the back.
Women think driving in the rain makes them like I'm a hardcore New England driver because I drive in the rain.
And the way that turn went, I should have gone through the guardrail. I went, oh, fuck. But I turned into nothing, into like space. Then I came back and I was facing the wrong fucking way. And there was trucks coming at me and my car was just dead. And I'm like, oh, and I turned the car on, started right up, and I got out of it. Yeah, well, there's a court case still pending, so it's a little...
Do you have a DUI?
I will admit, I was known as the best
Is there
drunk
like a
driver when I was a
criteria
kid.
What is with this
Can they only come
area?
on if they have
And
DUIs?
it was not my fault. I was actually drugged. Crazy little...
Have you ever taken meth?
Well, back in the day, I tried it once. And you'll dance for like 6 days, and then the whole world starts melting around you, and you're like, get more, I'm Gollum. But it was kind of fun. I love the weed, but I wouldn't really call that a drug. I never have thought of it
Well,
as a drug.
It is. It's a narcotic. It's classified.
Narcotic.
Don't be a narc, bro.
Narcotic. No, it's not.
It is.
Definitely not a narcotic. That was good, though. You tried, but
He doesn't know
narcotic, dude.
shit.
Narcotic.
That's his problem. He always gets
narcotic is
himself in
coke.
over his head.
Narcotic is cocaine. Just enough said. Oh, you're straight edge. You have no clue what you.
I don't hate this woman. I don't want her. I don't wish ill will on her, but it's no wonder we are where we're at as a society when this is the steward of the smartest minds on earth. How is this capable of raising the smartest mind to walk the earth as far as we know? This is a grossly inappropriate caretaker.
We're talking about. That's why. That's
She 100% did meth more than once. She's probably still doing it. It's not like they quit. Look at how thin she is. How many white women do you know her age that are thin like that?
Bluffing. He tries to have a poker face.
Yeah,
he thinks he's the king
why
of
would
poker.
you even ask about something you don't even know about? You're delving into deep waters.
There's a lot he doesn't know about.
If you want to be a good interviewer, you have to
Did
ask.
you know that? Do you know what a Greenland shark lives 250 to 500 years?
Now we're talking. I bet you're right. See, he's telling the truth.
500 years. Could you imagine living 500
Have you ever
years?
swum with a shark?
Not on the water.
What do you do for money? How do you get money?
How don't I get money, honey?
How do you get money?
Well, my newest addiction and habit, it's so much fun and it's so fucking easy and it's totally illegal.
What are you doing?
I'm an Uber driver.
Oh.
Nice.
I've never been able to wink very well. Look, seriously, I look like, I know it's not good.
Wait, so you're not an Uber driver?
No, I am.
Actually, women doing meth is a good thing when you put it that way. Maybe the women, maybe we should put women on Ritalin and everything. Maybe that's the answer. It makes them actually want to have sex and makes them lose weight. Yeah, even this old woman, how don't I get money?
He's trying to pick up some notes.
I love how you do the monkey set.
Yeah.
We are so primitive, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had a fire behind us. You could green screen it in, right?
Sure.
You could like that, Nate?
Just do AI.
Magic.
What's something crazy you could
don't
tell
worry,
us?
I'm taking notes.
Is there anything crazy you could tell us? You ever see someone?
I told you my name's Dorcas Pup, as you know. That we didn't start off on the fucking crazy train.
That's just silly.
Oh, that hurts.
What?
I know. My mom was always like, "Tell him your name's Nicole," and I was like, "No."
Your actual name is Dorcas Papagino?
I believe it is.
I'm not going to believe that unless I see it on a government
identify
ID.
as Dorcas. Oh, I'm just gonna stretch. How's
I think you should ask Sam to dance with you. Like a little tango dance, a little slow dance maybe.
That's not on these cameras. We might
Yo, I'm
borrow
going
one
to
though.
snap your whole head, bro.
Ooh, I like when you get mad. Your lips get all tight, like serious. But I thought you were gonna help me. Do you guys get me?
Yeah. What can we do to help you?
Can help. I think we can
What do you
help you,
need?
but we need to understand you better. What happened with your last boyfriend?
Last one, most recent.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's tempting. When you know somebody was like a murderer in their country when they were young, they were forced to.
The woman will say it. The woman will say it point blank. Who was your first boyfriend? A murderer in his country.
Do it, and then you still flirt with him anyway. And I know he's married and all that, and it's just nothing you'd want to fuck with at all.
You heard this guy was a killer.
And it turned you on.
No, this guy told me, and I'm probably one of the only Americans that he actually admitted to. It was just
So
a
you're
random
harboring
time.
a fucking terrorist.
He's not a terrorist. He killed people within his own.
Look at how she immediately comes to his defense. Comes to the defense of a married murderer. She's coming to this guy's defense more than she would her own son, guaranteed.
Country because he had to. You kill or be killed. Oh, do I find it hot in some up way because I'm disturbed and I want to save everyone? So I'm like.
But it's like controlling nature. Like this
Because
guy
he's
is
got a
like
good
an
heart.
animal,
Mhm.
and you could
Those was brown people. They're the ones that are.
Yes.
Have you met any? Because I have so many good, like, racist jokes that I want to do, but I need a black counterpart to do them.
I can tell racist jokes.
I believe that in your heart, like, but like you gotta wanna. You do. I know you do. You want to like save humanity and make them stop being racist because it's so fucking stupid.
No.
No. No. Nah, we got a different direction we're headed.
Are you truly racist?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're not. Liar.
Yeah, I am.
Liar. Liar. If you had some nice black boobies pointed in your face right now, you'd be like, hello, start playing like African drums on them. Suddenly you'd be like, I'm in the culture. Like my point earlier.
That's how white women feel around blacks, and they portray that mindset onto the white male. You know, when I'm going on about fucking cocoa butter queens and Nubian royalty, okay, like I do it to spite white women who I hate. I don't do it because I actually like them. This is how white women feel when they interact with blacks.
Some nice black boobies pointed in your face right now, you'd be like,
This is how white women feel when they see an African. They go, well, I'm in the culture. That's how they feel. And they're perplexed that white men don't feel the same way.
hello, start playing like
It's the opposite, you know. If you're a white male that's looking at black women, you're looking at them because they're more civilized and less tribal than the white woman. It's not the tribal in the primitive aspects that would attract you. There's no racial segregation in women's prison. They love black women. That's interesting.
drums on them. Suddenly you'd be like, I'm in the culture. Like my point earlier, the friggin' mercenary killer from another country that I was like, I would never fuck with that shit. But ooh,
but the guy's hot.
No, not even really. But
the guy was ugly. So here she is, decades later, lusting after a brown murderer who wasn't even attractive, who's married, and he wasn't even nice to look at, according to her.
Just something about like the danger that he lived and the pain that he feels for like the things he did that he had to do and all that, and it's like, oh, and it just gave me a dark, stormy look, and I pictured him like fantasizing about me, so I fantasized right back, and then I'm like, this was fucked up. Like, have you ever done that? Like, had a little fantasy with somebody else, like real quick? You know, you're both thinking of like the same thing at the same time.
With a savage murderer.
Right? I know.
Right? Right? This is why black women occasionally, like, it takes the most retarded of white women, and the bar keeps getting lower to divulge the actual inner workings of female behavior. Something about the danger. Pin it again. Let's watch it again.
About me, so I fantasized right back, and then I'm like, this was fucked up. Like, have you ever done that? Like, had a little fantasy with somebody else, like real quick? You know, you're both thinking of like the same thing at the same time.
With a savage murderer.
Right? I know. Well, you asked me what the craziest thing I did, like
the cops would believe her over you. Absolutely.
Recently, and I was like, well, that just fucking happened, so I feel like it's kind of crazy,
Yeah.
you know?
And he's married, you said.
She's over there, though.
Yeah, she's over there in the Congo.
So, you know, he's thinking hard when he looked over, you know? So, and I felt it. I felt this. So, like, I can hear people's hearts a lot, you know?
Has anybody ever tried to kill you?
Like, oh, shit. Well, I don't think he was trying to kill me, but he almost did, and he thought he did. One good crack, the one that makes you go out, but my head hit the toilet on the way down, too.
Good
So
God.
I was pretty good. And I woke up to him, like, he thought I was dead, I guess, because he was on the phone going, what am I going to do with the body? Not even her body.
She's offended that she wakes up on the floor of a washroom after getting KO'd by the man she picked. And she's offended that she overhears him on the phone talking about what is he supposed to do with the body, not even her body.
the body. I was like, ooh. I was
And
like,
did that?
nothing, I'm awake. And I was like, gotta get away from this one.
Yeah, that was a good decision.
I'm not attracted to the calm, quiet. I'm attracted to the storm off.
So this is so many white women's problem, and this is why decisions have to be taken away from them, because this is what's left to them.
And it's been a whole...
I'm trying to catch the hand motions. Let me see if I can...
That was a good decision.
I'm not attracted to the...
Look at the fingers. If you pay attention to people's hands when they talk, you know, she laughed, she denied, she brushed off being a witch before. Look at her hand. This isn't by accident. It's always intentional. These people with their fucking hands, man.
Quiet. I'm attracted to the storm often, and it's been a whole attempt to save.
But you are the storm, so you need someone to come in and like kind of neutralize you.
Right.
Like
But
you need
no-
like his energy, his.
She's actually high IQ playing dumb. I could believe it, but like, she's a cult member. She's a witch. You know what I mean? Like, all the drug abuse is pharmakia. She's communing with spirits. You know, when that whole event, like a demon rescued her, not an angel.
Calm, but the calm
Poised,
people,
like you don't need these
they stay
crazy
away, though.
fucking
They're like,
degenerates that are throwing you at fucking toilet bowls.
Mommy.
You know, I'm over here laughing about my sister getting her head dribbled off the countertop at my house, and my mom not doing anything about it. Okay, like that's what she picked. She picks a guy that's gonna dribble her head off the countertop. We've got an older bitch from the 60s or 70s who's proud about dating a guy that dribbled her head off a fucking toilet bowl. You know, however bad I say it is, it's worse.
Just watch, though. Any girl like me, her dad treated her like shit. It's like fucking clockwork.
No, your dad, watch, it'll be revealed. The father will have just tried to instill discipline. I guarantee that's what she's going to say. Her idea of being treated like shit is like, Dad wouldn't let me get a tattoo for my 13th birthday. Dad wouldn't buy me a pony.
Dad treat you like shit?
If my dad, who I thought was my dad, who died when I was 8 anyway.
Your BD.
The person I believed was my
BD
dad.
is baby daddy.
Well, B lowercase d is bio dad.
Yeah,
one word.
Lowercase, yeah.
There was one guy I believed was my dad, and he was super abusive. He was in a rock band and hot and sexy and fun, but violent and crazy. Him and my mom fought like nuts, and he died when I was 8. But I loved him. I worshipped him. Even though it was like, when he'd come in, it was like, we didn't know what was coming in, you know? And then deserted, so I didn't have a dad growing up. Well, always looking for that love and approval.
My sexy
you know.
hot dad, she says. Yeah. Talk about it. Look at this shit, man. You know, you just let a woman talk and it's all you need. You know, I could not be here. Every other incel could not be here. And if you just let women like this yap, they'd still be created every day, because you can't, as a sensible male, listen to a woman like this and come away with respect. It's impossible.
Attention from men, you know? So years and years go by. My mom died on my birthday, like I told you, a couple years ago. I find all these documents because our life was a little rough and a lot of it was documented. And in them, it says that my dad was not the guy I believed, that I've been mourning since I was 8. That it was some other guy that's in like Vancouver or something. I don't even remember the name.
Her father's in Vancouver. Where the fuck is she from? Now that's my province, okay? Look at the slop that I have to deal with when the revealed preference is just the stated one.
And I'm like, what the fuck? But I have like a video of my dad the night before he died playing with this band. And it looks like me, I think. And I've always sang to be like him and stuff. I'm like, really? Because my brother and sister are douchebags, and so I've never really felt like...
Your brother and sister are douchebags? Maybe they don't want this interacting with them. Maybe crazy Aunt Crackhead is not what they want around their children.
We're related, so maybe I do have a different dad. That's why I always dreamed that I'm like a princess and my king and queen parents would really come and rescue me and take me away. I heard about a guy that shit the bed with a girl.
Skid mark maxing in the video?
I heard about a guy that shit the bed with a girl.
Where's she pointing up?
And I've always sang to be like him and stuff. I'm like, really? If it...
Yeah, okay. She knows what's up. She's the satellite sky devil worshiper. She knows.
Because my brother and sister are douchebags, and so I've never really felt like we're related. So I'm like,
She blames her fake dad, but not her mom at all. Yeah.
maybe I do have a different dad. That's why I always dreamed that I'm like a princess and my king and queen parents would really come and rescue me and take me away. I heard about a guy that shit the bed with a girl.
She's hitting all the black pill talking points. It's crazy. She's reminiscing over a guy that who fucked another woman and shit in the bed when he did it.
And, well, I didn't hear about it. I mean, the girl told me that a guy, like, she brought him home from the bar and he shit her bed. And I'm like, that's the nastiest fucking thing. And I gave her this whole lecture of, like, you really gotta, like, pick it up. You're like...
It's so sad, an old woman thinking about being a princess that will be saved. I feel bad for her. I mean, I think that's how a lot of guys feel too, unironically. You know, I'd love for somebody to swoop into my life. That's how I feel about the Nazis. You know, that would be, I wouldn't be the princess in that situation, and it wouldn't be Prince Charming coming to save me. It would be, I need Nazi UFOs descending from the sky to right Jew world. That's what I'm hoping for, and it's probably about as realistic.
The people you bring home.
Yeah.
Like, this guy was clear. I mean, he was wasted when he came into the bar that we were at. Never mind when she brought him home at the end. And no wonder, you know, they had no control of his sphincter and stuff.
A lot of girls do eat ass these days.
Girls do eat a lot of ass.
I told you guys. I told you. People act like I was being gross and exaggerating on the Thomas White stream. Now you got a 60-year-old woman on here talking about how much ass she eats.
Do they bring, like, the little containers of syrup with them? Because the only way you can eat ass, you need some syrup.
Like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Why would I want to be pro-white when these are white women? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? This is your mother, this is your aunt, this is the women you go to school with. Only the dog pill missing, I guess. We still got... There's still 30 seconds on the video. There might be time for her to sneak in a dog pull. Or a dog pill.
That's like the Howard Johnson. Like,
is that your experience?
Never mind. I thought it was a thing.
You always bring syrup?
Where we at?
Is there any, do you have any advice for young women out there?
Don't fucking get a boyfriend.
Don't get a boyfriend. That's her. After all of this, the advice is don't get a boyfriend. And this is women pollute each other. You have a generation of Gen X, Boomer, late millennial women that act like this. That their lives have been horrible because they've done nothing but make horrible decisions. And their inability to blame it on themselves or their mother or the other women around them leads them to pinning it all on the male donkey. Somehow this was a white boy's fault. Don't get with a white boy. Don't get a boyfriend. Fuck Congolese murderers like me. We'll wrap up with this. This was recommended to me. This is kind of funny, so... I gave myself a fucking migraine yapping and yelling, so I'm gonna cut it off after
Like
this.
many of you out there, Kodo and I grew up on Shrek. It's one of our favorite childhood movies. And even to this day, we both still love the movie. But man, going back and watching it again through the eyes of an adult was a really sobering experience for both of us.
Yes, very much so.
And we certainly still find the movie entertaining, but it is very clear that Shrek is inarguably subversive in ways that we just didn't realize when we were young.
And after watching Shrek again, I came to the realization that Farquaad was like totally right and totally justified in just about everything that he did.
And I think a big part of it is, regardless of the actual actions he made, the film paints him as bad. As a kid or a less discerning adult, you're not even paying attention to what he actually did or the motivation behind it. It's just oh, the music came on to tell you he's bad. Oh, we know he's the villain.
Right. The framing is the issue here. And so, to that end, the main point that I want to make to you is that in this movie, Farquaad is painted as the villain, but he is absolutely right. Farquaad is the only character with any selfless motivation in the entire movie. Because one of the things you see about Farquaad very
You seen this video, you wish you had a brother you could bounce back and forth with? Not all brother relationships are like this. You know, my brother's my favorite family member, and I have the most positive, you know, feelings towards him versus anybody else, but I couldn't imagine my brother ever wanting to do anything like this with me.
quickly on is that his entire motivation is based around making Duloc his own personal kingdom as perfect as it can possibly be. Yet the show is constantly making fun of him or throwing ad hominems at him or attacking him when he's right. I mean, consider this. List out all the other motivations of the characters in the movie. What does Shrek want? Shrek wants to get rid of the fairy tale creatures that have invaded his home and return to his former lifestyle. That's what he wants. Donkey wants protection from Farquaad's men and to make friends and have companionship. And Fiona wants to break her curse and marry her true love. Now, none of those motivations are bad or evil at all, but all of them are fundamentally self-interested except for Farquaad. Because again, what Farquaad wants is order and perfection for his kingdom, and he's ultimately martyred for pursuing that noble goal.
We're going to get into it, but the movie paints Farquaad as super selfish for wanting a princess, but we get a clear indication he is doing it to legitimize his title as king for the betterment of Duloc.
Right. And also, I don't know, in order to keep a kingdom going, you kind of need an heir, huh?
Yeah, that's a bit important.
Very sensible sequence of events and things that Farquaad does. All of it makes sense. But oh man, the writers desperately want you to hate Farquaad. And you see this almost...
They even have him drink milk, too. Weren't we talking the other day about how they want to villainize the consumption of milk?
Instantly, because they introduce him to you in a scene where he's torturing the gingerbread man. Now, if you ignore a lot of the context surrounding this, you could believe that he's a bad guy. He tells you what he's doing and why he's doing it. The only reason he is torturing the gingerbread man is to find out where the rest of the fairy tale creatures are.
Now tell me, where are the others?
And the reason why he wants them gone is because they are ruining his perfect society and, to quote him, poisoning his perfect world. Now that sounds harsh, but when you look at the things they're doing and how much of a nuisance they make themselves, all this makes perfect sense, even if his methods aren't ideal. But also consider what he could have done. Farquaad could have resorted to more extreme methods like enslavement or even exterminatus, but instead, this dude opts peacefully to relocate these guys, at great detriment to himself.
Think of the cost to relocate them rather than just send them on their way or exterminate them.
Right. That clearly took
You
resources.
drink a gallon of milk a day. I don't know, man. A gallon's a lot. You'll be running around sloshing.
And effort. Now, the only exception that you could point to and say, okay, Farquaad's out of line for doing this. This is wrong. The only exception is he kills the mama bear, which he uses to make a rug. And yeah, that definitely feels forced and out of character for Farquaad, but even so, I'm still willing to say that he deserved to spoil himself for a job well done. Look at how clean Duloc is. Did he not deserve this?
Yeah, if the cost is that he killed a bear, what are we talking about? But on top of that, if you're going to use that as evidence that he's evil for making a rug out of the bear, which ostensibly would be a threat to him because he kicked them out and exiled them, but how much more evil then are Shrek and Fiona for turning a random frog and snake who are of no threat to them into balloon animals and sending them into outer space? That genuinely happens. They blow them up like balloon animals and send them into outer space.
And tie them into a knot. Fiona ties the snake into a balloon animal.
They're just minding their own business.
At least Farquaad had the decency to kill the bear.
And Shrek is even abusive.
Business.
Right? Like, do you think Lord Farquaad would be pushing the mother of his heir down hills and into bushes like this?
At least Farquaad had the decency.
That was a shove, not like a little push. That was forceful.
To kill the bear. Fiona's out here torturing snakes and frogs.
The fairy tale creatures are persecuted all throughout the movie, yet they're clearly a nuisance and don't belong in Duloc. We're shown that
women want to date murderers and rapists, so you can't expect them to vote for people who value order and cleanliness.
Farquaad hates them and wants them out, but we see clearly that it's not because of some immutable characteristic that the characters have. It's because they've poisoned his perfect kingdom. And again, that phrasing is used to paint him as a bad guy. When we look at it, it is completely logical for him to want this.
Well, yeah, and Farquaad doesn't state how they've poisoned the world, so it leads you to wonder. But then you look at what these fairy tale creatures do, and it's like, oh, I see how he came to that conclusion. Because whenever these fairy tale creatures arrive at Shrek's house, you wanna know the first thing they do? They invade his home, they vandalize it, they lock him out of his own house. These people are a nuisance. Like, I can see why he'd want them gone.
Now, you can call me schizo, and to be fair, this is Shrek Schizo Hour, but the more I go back and watch these kids' movies, the more I see the subtle messaging to normalize things like accepting outsiders, even to the detriment of your own people, like we see in this movie.
Well, you can definitely see in this movie, they want you to be afraid of authoritarians, even authoritarians that are benevolent, that are doing you good, that are fixing your society, even to the point of making them perfect. Shouldn't we want capable, able, courageous, strong leaders to actually...
In keeping with the postmodern spirit of the last 25 years, Stieg modestly produced one of the best examples of how the fairy tale has been fractured and continually transformed, indicating its radical potential in our digital age, especially with the production and success of the 20th century for digitally animated films.
Actually fix the problems?
You can
notice how they didn't use the real appearance of Shrek from the story. Like, the cover art, like, he's a lot uglier and meaner looking. They gave him they gave Shrek from the book the good guy who didn't do nothing treatment.
Feel the postmodern undertones of this film, where individualism is so important to them that even if the society is literally perfect, it's still not enough because one guy has too much control.
Mm-hmm.
Because we see that after Shrek completes Farquaad's quest and delivers Fiona back to him, Farquaad honors his deal with Shrek despite having no reason to hold up his end of the bargain. Because we've seen he doesn't like fairy tale creatures, yet he is still honorable enough to relocate them, again, at the cost of his own manpower and resources to do so.
I'm Lord Farquaad here. I'm gracious enough to not name and shame my false accusers.
And on top of that, we're going to see later, it is totally logical for him to take out this ogre, but yet he still shows honor in not only letting him live, but keeping his end of the bargain.
Now, what's even better about this is it appears as though Farquaad has been successful and has made Duloc a truly perfect place. And that's evidenced by the fact that the city is pristine. It's clean, it's orderly, it's safe, it's prosperous. You don't have Fent zombies running around everywhere. And even Shrek himself acknowledges this near the end of the movie.
I love Duloc, first of all, very clean.
And what's funny is the mirror that Farquaad brings in, whenever Farquaad says, mirror, mirror on the wall, is this not the most perfect kingdom of them all? The mirror doesn't say, you know what, this kingdom actually sucks. The mirror says, well, yeah, it's fine, you're just not a king. He doesn't reject the claim that Duloc is perfect. He doesn't. He only rejects the claim that Farquaad's a king. So naturally, Farquaad, to write this, sets off to seek a queen. To, again, as we talked about before, cement his legitimacy as king and presumably produce an heir to keep it going. But add on top of Farquaad's virtues, the fact that he is very clearly a clever dude. At the beginning of the movie, whenever the tournament scene is happening and Shrek barges in, Farquaad then says whoever kills the ogre will have the honor of going on the quest for me. But as Shrek destroys all of his men, Farquaad then says, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send Shrek out on this quest to rescue Fiona instead of sending one of his own men.
And honestly, the very fact that they're having a tournament to determine this kind of tells you they live in complete peace and have security, because typically in times of peace, they have these tournaments to keep the soldiers sharp because they're not out fighting.
Also keep in mind that the villagers were insanely entertained by this. Like, not only is he providing safety and security, but also entertainment. Come on now. Farquaad's problem is that he had no way of knowing that his bride-to-be would also end up being a slam pig for Green Kings. Truly, his only crime is being born 5'11".
Even the writers of this know a woman would rather choose an ogre than a short guy.
People may counter what we're saying by saying, oh, well, Farquaad's an egomaniac. But I would say, given the circumstances, is that not warranted? Like, if Trump deported all the illegals, cleaned up all the major cities, and got rid of the Fent zombies, I would happily worship him as the god emperor of mankind. I wish Trump were like Farquaad.
Well, Farquaad's not on the Epstein list, so you can start there. It's also just insulting that a man who did so much good for the town of Duloc died so unceremoniously. Like, after Donkey rides in and has Dragon eat Farquaad, the villagers even clap at Donkey's joke about Farquaad's death. This is so jarring when you consider that, based on the little we see of Duloc, it genuinely seems like poverty and crime doesn't exist here. The one wide shot we see of the city outside of the church paints this city as pristine. It looks like an amazing place to live.
By the way, also keep in mind that in the Shrek Halloween special, we see Duloc again after Farquaad is dead, and it's genuinely become a haunted ghost town. This man was single-handedly holding up this city, and Shrek ruined it by calling the dragon in here to eat him.
Now, since the film obviously paints Farquaad as the villain and Shrek as the hero, let's contrast the actions of these two, and it'll become abundantly clear who the real hero is. Shrek throughout this film is almost exclusively self-interested. His primary motivation is reclaiming his home for himself, and as we said before, there's nothing wrong with wanting to preserve your own home, unless you're ethnically European, of course. Farquaad is portrayed as being evil for exiling the fairy tale creatures, but Shrek literally says once he delivers Fiona back to Farquaad, he's going to build a wall around his swamp. It's funny that people get mad when Farquaad's going to do it, but no one cares when Shrek does it.
What's kind of funny is neither the hero nor the villain in this film wants the illegal immigrants. It's almost like all of us can agree they need to go. But ultimately, the main issue spawns from the fact that Shrek is a morally bankrupt ogre, but somehow is painted as the sympathetic hero of the movie. And the whole message of the movie is don't judge a book by its cover, which is incredibly stupid, because the whole purpose of a cover is to inform you of what the contents of the book are. Somehow Shrek has the audacity to point the finger at others for noticing his terrible behavior and judging him for it while pretending like he isn't responsible for his horrible reputation. I mean, consider this. He takes tremendous joy in absolutely terrorizing the villagers. I mean, there's an entire music video that plays at the beginning of the movie to demonstrate just how much Shrek loves scaring people. And not only is Shrek scaring Farquaad's subjects, he kills them and eats them. I mean, he has a jar of eyeballs on his kitchen table and says that the jelly from human eyeballs is actually quite good on toast.
Keep in mind, we see him eating from this jar of eyeballs before the villagers show up, so you can't say that this was a reaction to them invading his swamp.
He's just playing with his food. It's rich that Shrek laments the fact that people judge him without getting to know him, yet he doesn't pay that same courtesy to other people. I mean, he repeatedly judges Farquaad for being short.
You know what Shrek looks like? Shrek looks like the fucking aliens that, Kyle Odom was seeing.
And he also judges Fiona because she didn't act the way he thinks a princess should act. Shrek is a massive hypocrite throughout this whole movie.
On top of that, Shrek destroys an entire kingdom just to get a crumb of mediocre Nookie Pop. The moment he marries Fiona, she gets fat.
That's actually incredible. What did the movie mean by this? Well, in addition to all those bad things, Shrek is immensely selfish and has no regard for other people. Shrek gives Donkey a YouTube apology video only to get information out of Donkey. He doesn't mean that at all.
Well, he completely emotionally manipulates him because he is shutting Donkey down on every front in terms of continuing his friendship with him until he lets that slip, at which point he pretends to care only to extort that information out of him.
Right. You also gotta love the typical, well guys, I messed up. Just typical YouTube apology video.
On top of that, Shrek doesn't even apologize to Fiona for eavesdropping in on her conversation with Donkey, on top of misunderstanding it because he didn't have the context of who she was speaking about. But instead of asking, he just soys out and leaves, goes and gets Farquaad to fast track the marriage. And in the marriage scene where Shrek busts through the doors to break up the marriage, he whistles to the dragon to come eat Farquaad. And man, he is entirely in the wrong for even interrupting this marriage to begin with, just because he changed his mind last second.
Right. And to be fair, like, Shrek is doing it in self-defense, but it's like if you invade someone else's home and then you proceed to engage in self-defense. You're wrong because you were in their house. You are in a place you do not belong. So the self-defense charge doesn't really work here.
I don't know, man. In some states, you have to ask them to leave before you can defend yourself.
You need to leave!
And I'm sure everyone watching this is familiar with the extremely famous line that Shrek has in this film, where he makes his little speech about how ogres are like onions because they have layers. But watching this as an adult, it rang so hollow because he simply just proclaims it and doesn't elaborate, but we're shown evidence to the contrary throughout this film. Throughout this entire movie, Shrek is bitter, he's selfish, he's mean to everyone, including Donkey, and the only person he treats well is the one girl that he just happened to catch feelings for. So, while the movie tells us ogres have layers, what we...
I can kind of relate to that bit. You know, the only person I want to be nice to is the girl I have feelings for. Everybody else can kind of get fucked. I think that's natural. I think that's kind of an empty criticism, but the rest of it's accurate.
Actually see is that they are exactly what humans see them as on a surface level.
This movie is essentially just telling us to ignore our lying eyes.
And the one selfless act that we do have to give Shrek some credit for is he does save Donkey from becoming Dragon's sex slave when they're rescuing Fiona, but this does not make up for how he treats him the other 95% of the movie.
By the way, what a wild thing to include in a children's movie. That scene was crazy subversive. Like, what are we doing putting this in a kid's movie?
Are you referring to where Donkey makes a comment that makes it sound like the dragon's giving him a little sloppy toppy?
Yes. Well, he says, hey, what you gonna do with that? It's like, what are we doing, man? This is bad. But genuinely, like, going back to the Shrek conversation, genuinely, what conclusion are people supposed to draw when this is the sort of stuff Shrek does on a regular basis? People are totally justified for judging Shrek, and it gets even worse in the following movies. So if you guys want, and there's an appetite for it, I mean, maybe we'll look into doing a video on those at some point.
We've become hyper aware of propaganda in modern media because a lot of today's writers lack any sort of subtlety to push their message without just beating you over the head with it. But the more and more I watch 90s and early 2000s media now as an adult, the more I can see the subtle propaganda that a lot of us missed as kids.
Right. The Rock goes so far back. Hollywood as a whole really has been pushing this for ages.
Reinforcing and normalizing a nation's people to embrace outsiders and give no care to things like border security is how you end up with Muhammad being the most popular name for newborns in the UK.
The Shrek movie actually teaches us a very valuable lesson, which is that we actually should judge a book by its cover, and that we're actually vindicated when we do so. As we said before, books are given covers for a reason, and we'd be very foolish to ignore them.
I'll just watch the rest of the Shrek movies. Cover the Shrek stuff while it's here.
I love Shrek 2. I used to fall asleep to that movie almost every night as a kid. I was like Will Smith from I Am Legend, where I could just quote every line because of that. Yet going back and watching the film again with adult eyes, I just can't help but notice the horrible messaging of the movie.
I noticed right at the beginning, just like the first movie, the traditional European fairy tale story gets immediately subverted.
Yeah, they're not subtle about telling you that that's going to happen. I mean, the first movie begins with the fairy tale story being used as toilet paper, and this one's not too much different.
Well, and it's even funnier considering that a lot of classic European fairy tales are built on teaching morality and giving warnings. Examples that come to mind are Little Red Riding Hood and the message of beware of strangers, or The Three Little Pigs and the message of be prepared. Stuff like beware of strangers just can't fly today, and we've got to shut down that kind of messaging.
Oh, right. Like every kid's movie that's made now has the exact opposite message, except everyone. Be wary of no one. They're all good.
Give your life so that the outgroup can succeed. And there are things behind the scenes that kind of co-sign this. Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio, the screenwriters and co-producers of the first film, insisted that the sequel would be a more traditional fairy tale, but after disagreements with the producers, they left the project and were replaced by Andrew Adamson. And really the main culprit, the executive producer Jeffrey Katzenberg, wanted to make the movies edgier, less PG, and more adult, and he already had a history of this in the past with Toy Story. He was the guy that was pushing for Woody to be more evil in the first Toy Story and almost got it shut down.
This explains a lot of the decisions that were made in Shrek 2, because Prince Charming goes on the traditional hero's journey to find the princess, only to be met by a cross-dressing furry, so like immediately we're off to a bad start. It's almost like there's this deliberate attempt to subvert Western values, tradition, and culture through soft power. But we all know media would never do that. But I think all this is evidenced by the fact that Shrek goes on pretty much the opposite of the hero's journey. Like, he goes to far, far away only to discover that he's perfect just the way that he is. And he essentially goes on the same arc that he had in the first movie. He doesn't grow morally or learn a valuable truth. He simply gets reassured and affirmed by the people around him that he's enough even as an ogre. And if anything, to me, this movie warns against growth or self-improvement of any kind.
The first major point I want to look at is that one of the film's core messages is be yourself. Now, the problem with this message is it lacks any sort of nuance. And an issue is that the film conflates who you are with how you look.
Right. Fiona is not happy because Shrek, quote, is acting like an ogre. Those are Fiona's words. So what does Shrek do? Oh, she must think I'm ugly. It's like, what? Hold up. There's a bit of a disconnect here.
She's upset about my behavior. Let me get a makeover.
And that's, in essence, the be yourself message of the movie.
Even when Shrek is magically transformed physically, he still acts the same as an ogre. And this also goes for Fiona and Donkey. They physically change throughout the film, but their behavior remains the same.
Well, and Donkey even remarks that that's true. I mean, watch this clip.
You are a lot easier on the eyes, but inside you're still the same old mean, salty, cantankerous, stanky, foul, angry ogre you always been.
And you're still the same annoying donkey.
Yeah.
And speaking of behaviors, in the real world, if a majority of members of certain groups consistently display poor behavior, should they not stop being themselves and actually improve? Is that not reasonable? The movie's clearly trying to stress the importance of self-acceptance, yet we see it's very selective of when it's appropriate to do so. I have two examples here that are basically the inverse of each other. You have King Harold, who greatly improved his lot in life and got the girl of his dreams by not being himself. Instead of showing us how he should have embraced his true frog self, he gets to have his cake and eat it too, because he's still accepted by his wife and his kingdom as a frog.
What's incredible too is whenever the villagers of Far, Far Away see this, they don't immediately exile him and banish him for the bamboozling that he pulled on all of them.
But contrast that with Fiona. Her true self is human, yet the movie treats it as a good thing that she abandons that core identity to become an ogre. And it's really funny when you consider that her becoming an ogre is literally a curse that was thrust onto her against her will, and yet it's treated as a good thing that she embraces this new identity. I think the surface level interpretation of what this movie has to say about beauty is kind of the classic principle of beauty's only skin deep, but it completely undercuts that message by the characters' actions we see in the movie. And it kind of makes me think that they're just trying to subconsciously attack conventional beauty standards. I'm noticing a trend here. It's a good thing to go from white to green, but not green to white.
But what's funny is we don't apply that same logic consistently. What about Prince Charming? I mean, he was promised Fiona and the kingdom if he upheld his end of the bargain by saving Fiona, which he tried to do until he discovered that Shrek had taken her away. And from what we know, he grew up fatherless and with a controlling mother. Yet whenever he's understandably a bit immature, it's not okay for him to be himself.
Well, isn't that crazy messaging that Charming's a bad guy because he's a little vain and self-absorbed, yet Shrek treats Far, Far Away like he's playing Grand Theft Auto, and they all treat him like it's no big deal. He demonstrates multiple times he only cares about the well-being of himself and Fiona, yet the story still treats him like a hero for it, while Charming is this villain simply because he wanted what he was promised.
Also take into consideration that King Harold's entire arc in this film is used to subtly reinforce the idea that we're all outsiders, and that disapproving of outsiders is not only bigotry but projection. Because after all, Far, Far Away is just a collection of ideas. It's just a melting pot.
Oh, where have I heard that term before?
Finding
these guys will never address the white woman black pill. These movies accurately depict the behavior of white women. Yeah, I mean, you could play this in sex ed and just, you know, at the end of the Shrek movie, tell the young white boys, no, well, what do you think you were supposed to learn from that? And, you know, they'd have all their guesses, and you go, oh, I mean, those are some pretty good ideas, those are some pretty good guesses, but what you were supposed to take away from it is that all the women of your race are going to treat you like Fiona treats the kings.
Out that he's actually a frog turned into the king via fairy godmother's potions makes his disapproval of Shrek very akin to the common leftist attack of you only hate gays because you're gay, which is hilarious because they don't even think that's wrong. What's the own here? Deep down, they all know something that we all know, which is that crap is weird.
What? Putting stuff up your bum is weird?
What's even the logic here? Is the logic here that if you dislike racist, you must be a racist? Like, how far do we take this?
they'll never answer that question. It's like, well, you hate kid lovers, don't you?
Yeah, you can take that to some dark places, and of course, they'll never recognize the absurd nature of it because it's only used as a weapon to beat you into submission and no more. That's all this is. That's all it's ever been. And I think the end game is very clear, and you can see it even in the movie. Harold eventually approving of Shrek and even sacrificing his life to save him from Fairy Godmother is the writer's not so subtle way of telling you that the highest good that one can attain is to sacrifice your life, country, happiness, and even your own family for the sake of an outsider, even if he's a blight on your society and is actively ruining it.
Nothing Shrek is doing in this movie benefits King Harold. It actively hurts him in many ways, and yet by the end of the film, we're told King Harold's penance and redemption for the mistake he made of making the deal with Fairy Godmother is to take a bullet for Shrek. Another point to look at here is that Shrek being himself is why he is so despised in Far, Far Away, and justifiably so.
Right. When you make no attempt to reform your behavior around the people that you're around and to assimilate to their culture and manner of living, what do you think's gonna happen?
Take King Harold. His disapproval of Shrek is depicted as unreasonable, yet consider this. Harold and Lillian handpicked Prince Charming for Fiona to marry, and Shrek unknowingly ruined all those plans. Furthermore, Shrek is validating Fiona's antisocial behavior and undermining the values given to her by her parents. And most importantly, Fiona sharing true love's kiss with Shrek means that her curse is now permanent. Like, this is the worst case scenario for her parents, and yet we're told that they just need to accept it.
Right. Like, why would they be happy about this? Why would they accept this? Because, I mean, at the core of all of these characters, Harold, Lily, and Fiona, their motivation as characters can essentially be boiled down to desiring to see the curse dispelled. Yet Shrek comes along and makes it permanent.
What parents in their right mind would want to see their daughter turned into a different species? When I look at King Harold in this movie, he really is just a vehicle for them to spell out to you that we're all outsiders and should all accept each other 100% no matter how we behave. And him being a fairy tale creature himself is just the icing on top.
Well, he's not the only one that hates Shrek for who he is and for being himself. Fairy Godmother also hates Shrek. Now, like with King Harold, Shrek unintentionally foils Fairy Godmother's plans for her future and for her son. But Fairy Godmother's operating from a very reasonable perspective in which she says ogres don't live happily ever after. It's not just blind hatred that's informing that. Because whenever Shrek comes to her in the middle of the movie, she comes out and says to Shrek that she thinks Fiona isn't happy because she's with an ogre and not with Prince Charming. Now, think whatever you will about Fairy Godmother, but she uses the evidence available to her to reinforce her disdain for Shrek and his goals. I mean, she reads through these various fairy tale books and comes to the conclusion based on this information that ogres don't live happily ever after. Meaning, her hatred for Shrek isn't blind hatred, it's based off the present information that she has available to her. So she draws a very reasonable conclusion and does not want him interfering and dislikes him. And more than just hating him for who he is, Fairy Godmother has every right to hate Shrek for what he does. I mean, consider what Shrek does to this woman. Shrek trespasses into Fairy Godmother's factory, steals from her, vandalizes her property, turns her workers into birds. And you may say, oh, well, Shrek's justified in doing this, but Shrek had no idea that Fairy Godmother was the one who had Harold hire Puss in Boots to kill him. And he doesn't know any of that when he vandalizes her factory.
Well, and furthermore, the disguise that he and Donkey and Puss use to sneak in is that they're there like almost like a union to fight for the workers who are clearly exploited. And he's so careless. He turns them into birds, likely ruining their lives, which are already not great. And the film just plays it as like, ah, haha, Shrek, you silly rascal. Yep. You destroyed her factory and ruined a bunch of people's lives.
Well, that's one of the consistent themes you see throughout really the entire series that is Shrek. Is Shrek's happily ever after comes at the cost of everyone else's, and the movie somehow paints him as a hero for it.
Oh, and it only gets worse in Shrek 3. The citizens of Far, Far Away also aren't huge fans of Shrek, and it makes perfect sense. He's an ogre, so it stands to reason they wouldn't exactly be thrilled about him marrying the princess of their kingdom and turning her into an ogre too. But somehow, magically, they are all okay with Shrek after Fairy Godmother's death. And even worse, after Harold takes a magical bullet for Shrek, they find out their king is a literal frog, and the townspeople are all perfectly fine with it. No objections. This really feels like subtle reinforcement that quote-unquote good people have a responsibility to accept others, even when they have to pay an insane amount of tax dollars just to keep the leering sinners open.
The leering sinners. Oh no.
Like with the first movie, somehow Shrek has the gall to be offended when everyone hates him, not only because of his nature, but also because of his actions. Because his actions reinforce his nature. And Shrek is hated because of his nature. And for good reason, too. He's an ogre. What do we expect? Like in the movie, the people scowl at Shrek when they first see that he's an ogre. And Harold even says it is in his nature to be a bit of a brute. And even Fairy Godmother herself would say ogres don't live happily ever after. Which again, all of this is evidenced by the information you have within the movie. People recognize ogres are what they are. But then Shrek confirms what people think about his nature by showing people who he really is. So in other words, his actions only confirm his nature and show that he isn't one of the good ones.
He's an ogre with a soft A.
You're behaving like a...
Go on, say it.
Like an...
You know what stood out to me like crazy watching this back for the first time in quite a while?
So much of the culture directed at white males is about turning them into cuckolds that will accept anything from their women. The whole plot of Mario is fucking disgusting.
In the very first scene where we see Shrek and Fiona on their honeymoon, in a 1 minute span, they vandalize the house that they're staying in. Fiona feeds a mermaid to sharks just because she was unlucky enough to wash up on shore into Shrek's arms. And Shrek sticks a bunch of fairies in glass jars just to put them through one of the gnarliest Dutch ovens ever created by him and Fiona's farts. In the opening minutes, they show that they are indeed ogres and should be judged.
And again, it reinforces the idea that Shrek is destroying Fiona's upbringing. Ogres are exactly what people think they are. But on top of that, like we spoke about earlier, everything he does at Fairy Godmother's factory is bad, whether it's lying, vandalism.
Mario and Zelda are oofy doofy class. I didn't even think of Zelda, but it's the exact same plot. It's blonde princess constantly keeps getting kidnapped by non-whites, and it's your job to go try and get her back again. At a certain point, you just gotta say fuck it. Who cares about that bitch?
Theft, assault, you name it. And this retard even has the gall to drink a potion that he thinks will permanently alter himself and Fiona without even reading the warning label. In addition to all that, Shrek is totally okay letting Fiona get horribly bamboozled until he uncovers the conspiracy to magically force her to fall in love with Prince Charming. Like throughout these movies, Shrek continues to reinforce that ogres do not have layers. Because what do you get when you peel back the layers of an onion? All you get is more onion.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's so many Bowser and Peach NTRs. Same thing for Ganon and Zelda. It reminds me of Scotty Boom in his recent video had a fucking Bowser sitting behind him, and it just made me think, like, I took the exact opposite thing away from those shows that I think I was supposed to, or those games. Like, I didn't want to be Link, or I didn't want to be Mario or Luigi or any of these guys. I wanted to be Bowser or Ganon.
And the same is true with ogres. They aren't deep, they aren't profound, they're exactly what we think they are.
Kind of crazy that was like the most famous line of Shrek 1, when every layer of an onion is just as stinky as the last and looks the exact same.
But it just shows you, like, the entire purpose of movie number 1, and even a lot of the other movies, it's don't believe your lying eyes. Whenever you have ogres or even immigrants who come into your society and are
Lon Ranch Girl waited forever for you, but the kingdom was decimated by the time you realized. I mean, these women gotta speak up too. I mean, you can't be expecting people to read minds, okay? If a woman has an opinion about another woman, like, the Lon Ranch Girl should have pointed it out to him and go, you know, she's just lying about getting kidnapped, right? Like, yeah, girls do that. You deserve better, Link. But she never did. Women never will.
havoc, just don't notice the bad stuff that they do. Is that not the message of these films?
Another thing I want to look at in Shrek 2 is the consistent normalization of degenerate behavior. There's a lot of oddly sexual content in this for a children's movie. Like we mentioned earlier, Jeffrey Katzenberg, the executive producer, he had a reputation for pushing the envelope when it comes to morality, even in movies themed more for kids.
Well, and keep in mind some of the things that Katzenberg has been doing outside of the film industry. Katzenberg has been funding crap like the GSLEN for a long time. Now that stands for Gay, Straight, Lesbian Education Network. This organization works with schools to teach them to be more tolerant of this degeneracy.
And can I translate?
This is, you know, this reminds me of, it reminds me of like how it reminds me of how the whole Phil Schneider shit and the Nickelodeon channel and everything else, like the guy who they had making shows for Nickelodeon was like was a guy whose only other work was a book where he wrote called The Cuckold. And it's like, if you just look at what people do, that's most of what they're going to continue doing. I don't understand in what world you select somebody with opinions and practices like this to make like entertainment for children. And people are all just blind to it. You know, if you're a guy that's anything more than 5 minutes older than a woman, they'll attribute all the worst fucking attributes in the world to you. You're the most evil human being to ever exist. But when it's a pervert or a kike or a perverted kike trying to make children's entertainment, all of a sudden, you know, the personality detectors, they all just shut off and it's okay.
What that actually means when you say teaching not to hate, it means putting them on a pedestal and accepting them as they are, just like Shrek, flaws and all, and never holding them to account for horrible behavior. I think that very point explains a lot of the nonsense you see in this movie.
And there is a lot. Dude, did you catch that line that the fairy godmother uses? The first time the fairy godmother meets Fiona and she sings her song, she says,
"Now write your name on the bathroom wall."
For happy ever after, give Fiona a call.
I did not even pick that up, but man, how fitting.
I'm telling you, dude, this stuff's bad.
They choose to use the words gender-confused wolf to describe the wolf that is dressed in women's clothing that Charming finds when he goes to rescue Fiona.
Oh, speaking of people being dressed in women's clothing, for whatever reason, they thought it was appropriate to put Pinocchio in a thong.
And that's one of those that I remember even as a kid, I always thought that one was super weird now to place, and it hits even worse now.
Oh, yeah. What is the purpose of this? And you can say it's a funny joke, but jokes are often the medium that people use to desensitize you to more nefarious things.
Well, and to that point, we see by a picture in the deleted scenes of the DVD of Shrek 2 that the fairy godmother helps the ugly stepsister transition.
Also, keep in mind, you can see this in the actual film itself. You don't even have to have the DVD. Like, whenever you watch it, you can see right outside the room where she's crafting the potions, there's a before and after picture of the ugly stepsister, where you see this happen.
Which confirms that he transitioned to a woman in the film's universe. And what's even crazier, this Troon, the ugly stepsister, goes on to force himself onto Prince Charming immediately after Charming's mother gets killed. And they play this like it's for laughs. And this is becoming all too common in a lot of media, where as long as the target is a straight white male, everyone's allowed to laugh at his misfortune, even when he's not deserving of it. I can already hear people.
If you gift subscriptions, it's like paying somebody else's subscription for the month. Like it's the same thing.
Now saying, dude, it's a freaking joke in a kid's movie, but what comes to my mind are these things that we thought were so innocent back in the day, like say a Mrs. Doubtfire. It's like, oh, a man dressing in woman's clothing, he's not supposed to do that. Oh, that's funny. We can all have a laugh, surely. But that's where they start.
Yeah.
And they keep putting more in, push the line until we're such boiled frogs that we don't even notice that which used to be clearly a joke is now being taken seriously. And I'm gonna go real schizo for this last point, but it's gotta be said. It is not lost on me that there are 3 separate examples of species mixing in this film. Shrek and Fiona, because remember, Fiona at her core is a human, and even in the first film when Shrek got with Fiona, they didn't know how the curse worked, so for all they knew, she was going to stay human. You have Harold and Lillian. Again, Harold is a frog, Lillian's a human, and last but not least, Donkey and Dragon. And in that last case, it results in little mutant freak babies. when it comes to this subtle miscegenation propaganda in media, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But fool me 3 times, and I'm starting to see the Star of David when I close my eyes.
My spidey senses are tingling. It also doesn't help that a lot of the men in this film are really weak and exist only to be led by the women. The entire conflict of this movie could have simply been avoided if Shrek had only nutted up and refused to listen to Fiona.
Disrespect them women! Subjugate those hoes!
And they also make Shrek a bit of a cuck in this movie. In the first movie, he risked his life to break up the wedding, killed Farquaad, and destroyed Duloc in the process of getting with Fiona. And in Shrek 2, he just immediately accepts another man, taking her as his wife, because...
Well, that's what you get. You interact with white women, and they buck break you into cuck. You didn't think you were gonna get to remain this Sigma ogre, did you? Now, this is what a lot of non-white guys don't understand, is that you've been playing on easy mode, interacting with your women. You think because a white woman puts out for you that you're going to be in control of the relationship? You're in for a fucking hard education.
He sees Fiona hug Prince Charming one time, and the justification is knowing, or at least thinking, that she'll be happier with him. By the way, it was Fairy Godmother
why does...
accepts another man, taking her as his wife, because he sees Fiona hug Prince Charming one time. And the justification is knowing, or at least thinking, that she'll be happier with him.
Why does the post-human transformation Shrek look like Clavicular? Like, why does he look just like him? Like, what the fuck? Why do we just, everything's just repeating and connected when it shouldn't be?
By the way, it was Fairy Godmother that gaslit him into believing this, despite him knowing that she hates him. Why would you ever believe any of this? Shrek's a retard in this movie.
And where was this energy with my short king Farquaad, man? You didn't stop to say maybe she'll be happier with a literal king in a perfect kingdom with no problems? No, surely I've got to break this up, but Prince Charming giving her a little side hug, oh, I'm out. She can have him.
And it also bothers me that Harold eventually comes...
I mean, I sympathize with Shrek here. Okay, like, I don't care if it's just a hug or a kiss or whatever. I don't care. If a woman's doing that with another guy, fuck off. You know, I want a kissless, handholdless virgin only, or I'll take nothing then. If there's no kissless, handholdless virgins, I'm good. I'm gonna just be by myself.
To accept Shrek because Fiona loves him, and Lillian's also nagging him throughout the whole movie. Like, Lillian is the perfect modern liberal white woman. She is more than happy to die for the minorities that care nothing about her and want to replace her, and she thinks she's making a difference. And it all just goes to show, man, Harold never should have accepted Shrek. Like, Shrek correctly asserts that, like it or not, he's an ogre and he's not changing. And keep in mind that because of this decision to allow Shrek to stay and to accept him, that eventually ends up in the third movie with a quote-unquote massive loser eventually going on to become king. And by the way, Artie in the third movie never stops being a massive loser. He just identifies as not a loser and the movie calls it a day.
Harold's entire character feels like a caricature that you see in a lot of media, and this goes way back. He's like that classic sitcom dad that's dumb, lazy, and really only succeeded because he married a strong liberal woman that kept him in line. And of course, they went right back to the well with the short monarch trope again. Like, oh, Harold's got to be compensating for something.
Never mind that the guy who kept making that joke in Shrek 1, Jeffrey Katzenberg, is 5'6". Can't make it up, dude.
And to that same point, all of Prince Charming's agency is removed from him because of his overbearing mother. He does have some brief moments where his inner Chad comes out, but a lot of his masculine instincts are always suppressed by his overbearing mother. And when you think of all the men in this film, imagine what they could have been if they freed themselves from these destructive feminine fantasies. Shrek would still be happy living his days out in the swamp. Harold could have freed himself from his debt to Fairy Godmother and not had ogre grandbabies. And Prince Charming might become a man worthy of the crown if only his mom would take him off puberty blockers.
But to wrap this thing up, I kind of feel like we're coming back full circle here, which is where we ended the last video, which is that Farquaad Chads stay winning, dude. Fairy Godmother, Shrek, and Harold are all fairy tale creatures, and basically all of them cause all of the problems you see in Far, Far Away, which further vindicates Farquaad's position about them in the first movie. Farquaad was right about the outsiders. They belong outside, where they can't destroy or corrupt your perfect society. R.I.P. King.
fuck, is this one actually... How much longer is this one?
Prince Charming is the perfect representative of the average white man in modern Western society. In Shrek 3, Prince Charming is hated, mocked, humiliated, and even replaced by an outsider in his own country, while his former countrymen completely turn on him and accept the unacceptable without question.
Prince Charming really is living in a world that's gone completely crazy and abandoned all logic and reason by letting these ogres come in and rule, yet he's being treated like the crazy one for noticing that the world's been turned upside down.
It's not exactly subtle either.
And it's his unwillingness to accept the new normal and him fighting back in order to restore his homeland that ultimately causes him to meet an untimely death at the end of this movie.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
And I can't help but feel there's an obvious message being sent that if you will not step aside and let the outsiders destroy your society, you must be ousted and replaced by someone else who will accept the perfect new world order.
And this is what Prince Charming fundamentally is rebelling against. For the sin of attempting to restore his homeland to its rightful state, he must be impoverished, humiliated, and ultimately killed.
It's the most effective way for social changes. Humiliate your enemy and make them poorer.
At the beginning of the movie, King Harold is dying, and Fiona and Shrek fill in for him to rule temporarily. And consider, Fiona made a conscious decision to become an ogre, so it's ludicrous that the people are even okay with her ruling in the first place. It's even worse when you consider that despite King Harold getting on board with Shrek and Fiona's marriage, his death is still played as a joke. On his deathbed, he tells Shrek and Fiona,
"But your love for Shrek has taught me so much."
This scene shows us that Fiona's love for Shrek taught Harold that it's okay for your daughter to embrace her curse, have her values undermined, live in a rotting swamp, and produce little ogre babies that don't resemble him at all. They're even so on the nose with how little they respect Harold that in a later scene, Fiona uses a secret passageway that depicts Harold kissing a horse's butt. There is no amount of submission that will ever make you a member of the club. This is the future that the goblins that run Hollywood want for you. Your final comfort before you die is knowing that your daughter is now a swamp shark. You'll have little green freak babies as your grandkids. And let's not forget, Shrek doesn't want to rule, but instead of stepping aside and letting Prince Charming, who has a rightful claim to the throne, that being the promise of King Harold, he embarks on an adventure to find a distant heir to Harold to take on the responsibility of ruling so that he doesn't have to.
Now, this relative turns out to be Arthur Pendragon, and our introduction to him is
I experienced the opposite with this. You know, the parents... Imagine being the Prince Charming guy. Imagine Fiona is blonde, Prince Charming is blonde, and the parents intervening to stop that. Imagine having blonde genes and you don't want your daughter with a blonde guy. You'd rather her be with some fucking brown-haired mutt. Some black-haired fucking retard that's gonna just wash all of her genes away. Real life is worse than anything that people tell you about.
Immediate subversion of expectations by making us think he's a tall, handsome Giga Chad, but we immediately discovered that this kid's actually an outcast.
Stop squirming, Arthur.
I'm not Arthur. That dork over there is Arthur.
Now, through manipulation and deceit, Shrek absolutely gaslights Artie into coming with him to Far, Far Away to become the new king. And multiple times, Shrek outright lies to Artie about the king handpicking him to be heir.
Oh no, in fact, the king asked for you personally.
And his motivation for this is nothing more than shirking responsibility of being king so that he can go fart around in a swamp. But the problem is, he's willing to manipulate a young, impressionable kid into ruling when the throne has already been promised to Prince Charming.
To that point, on the ship ride back to Far, Far Away, Shrek is constantly gaslighting Artie into thinking that being king is going to be all fun and games.
Look, I know it's not all going to be fun and games.
It really is all fun and games, actually.
But Donk and Pussy. But Donkey and Puss inadvertently warn him of the danger and responsibility of being king.
And the whole kingdom will look to you for wisdom and guidance.
Just make sure they don't die of famine.
Or plague.
Now, once Artie fully realizes the responsibility that's going to come with this, he tries to turn the ship around and Shrek fights him for control of the ship, and they end up crashing it and capsizing the ship. Now, eventually, Shrek is able to convince Artie to take on the responsibility that he clearly doesn't want, and the way he does this is by telling Artie,
People used to think I was a monster, but after a while, you learn to ignore the names that people call you, and you just trust who you are.
The problem with this line is that Shrek is actually a giant green monster. We saw in the first film, and it's all throughout the book that this series is based on, he did in fact enjoy scaring humans. This isn't some unfair label, it is an accurate description of who Shrek is. He also preys on Artie's lack of a father figure, because he tells him that although Artie's father wasn't...
That's crazy. That post got through. The farthest away you are from a brown Kalergi mutt, the lower you sit in the hierarchy. It was delayed. That's crazy. I see that. That's fucking nuts. They just like, wait a second. How did that get through the filter? And then it censors it in real time with lag.
Present. At least he didn't try to eat him like Shrek's did.
My father was an ogre. He tried to eat me.
Either this is true and all ogres are vile creatures that should be despised, or Shrek is lying and this is yet another attempt to gaslight Artie even further.
Let's remember back to the most famous line in this entire franchise. Ogres have layers. I'm convinced that Shrek would tell Artie his dad was turned into a bar of soap if he thought it would convince him to become king. Why didn't Prince Charming, who also grew up without a father, get this same sympathy from the writers? But that aside, Shrek would rather put an innocent kid's life in danger than let Prince Charming rule far, far away. Keep in mind, during their struggle on the...
It got updated. Kalergi mutt was added to the autofilter in real time.
Oh, Shrek slipped up and admitted to Artie that he thinks Artie is a loser.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm going back. Back to what? Being a loser?
He clearly doesn't think this kid has what it takes to rule, but is still fine screwing him and Far, Far Away over if it means he gets to go back home to the swamp.
Despite Shrek's manipulation and deceit, he'll be portrayed as the hero of the movie by the end. So with that in mind, let's look at what Prince Charming was doing while Shrek was away. There's an early scene where Prince Charming is actually able to galvanize a bunch of the fairy tale creatures at the Poison Apple to help him overthrow Far, Far Away. Now remember that a lot of these creatures hate him because of his mother's actions in Shrek 2. But Prince Charming appeals to them by saying,
Once upon a time, someone decided that we were the losers. There are two sides to every story, and our side has not been told. Who wants their happily ever after? Yeah!
It's also funny that after his rousing speech, these fairy tale creatures immediately start beating the crap out of each other. And I'm telling you, man, Farquaad's stance on fairy tale creatures becomes more and more justified with each passing movie.
Farquaad was right, and we all know it. After he convinces them to join forces, Charming uses the fairy tale creatures to siege the city and take control of Far, Far Away. Now, I won't try to defend this on moral grounds, but you have to remember that he had everything taken away from him just because of the actions of his mother.
FYI, not my fault.
And this is a trend that we've seen in Hollywood for a long time. They paint everything white people do as evil, all while overlooking the same actions when they're taken by other races. Remind me, where are all the Oscar-winning films about black slave owners or that one group of people we don't talk about?
People don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
Prince Charming rightly resents the unwashed masses because they would rather be governed by an ogre than one of their own countrymen.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
And honestly, can we blame Prince Charming for not accepting his destiny being stolen from him, to live in poverty, having to play himself in a crappy play that forces him to relive the worst moments of his life while a crowd mocks him and laughs at him the whole time? Charming wants to put on a play and have Shrek be the star of it to humiliate him the same way that he's been humiliated since the end of Shrek 2, and eventually kill him. He captures Shrek and Artie, but ends up letting Artie go after Shrek admits that he lied to Artie just to get him to come to Far, Far Away.
You weren't really next in line for the throne.
Look, I said whatever I had to say, all right? I wasn't right for the job. I just needed some fool to replace me. And you fit the bill.
Even whenever Shrek tells the truth, he does so with the intent to manipulate. Now, what's funny is the movie plays this scene as Shrek pretending to lie so that Artie can escape because he cares so deeply about him, but he absolutely doesn't. Now, keep in mind, Prince Charming would have won had he not spared Artie. This whole film relies upon Prince Charming's kindness and mercy.
The same thing is true with Farquaad in the first movie. He upheld his end of the deal with Shrek to give him the deed to his land, and how did Shrek repay him? Busting through the church to steal his princess, and eventually destroying his kingdom.
Now, I think this demonstrates a very valuable message to all of us, which is that half measures and mercy will only end up hurting you when you're dealing with your enemies, because they will absolutely weaponize your morality and compassion against you.
And to be fair, mercy and compassion, these are virtuous things, but when your enemy hates you and wants you erased, those are out the window. And it is true that Prince Charming wanting to force Shrek into this play instead of just killing him is obviously pretty petty, but I do have a hard time arguing that any reasonable person in Charming's circumstances wouldn't want revenge, given that Shrek stole everything from him and left his life in complete shambles. After losing everything, in his desperation, he turned to violence in order to restore order to his now fallen kingdom.
And he even says as much in the movie, because he says,
I am the rightful king of far, far away. And I promise you this, Mother, I will restore dignity to my throne.
Prince Charming is the rightful king of Far, Far Away by agreement with the previous king.
You see, we made a deal, Harold. And I assume you don't want me to go back on my part.
Indeed not.
So Fiona and Charming will be together.
Yes.
And Shrek has absolutely made a mockery of Far, Far Away's traditions and customs, as seen in the beginning of the movie. And Prince Charming is having none of it. And for that, he's the bad guy. He's the villain because he refuses to be replaced.
And keep in mind, Prince Charming isn't motivated solely by vengeance or malice. His primary motivation is fulfilling what he believes to be his destiny and honoring the wishes of his deceased mother. Everything in his life was going according to plan until an outsider intervened.
But now it's time for the big finale. Even when Prince Charming has the upper hand and has Shrek right where he wants him, they have to continue to emasculate him.
You've got to love it when the writers are unintentionally based. They clearly wrote Prince Charming as this effeminate metrosexual to make a mockery of white Europeans, yet somehow with no capital or resources, he single-handedly raised an army and conquered Far, Far Away. And the only reason he lost in the end was the townspeople being mindless drones that would rather be ruled over by an ogre. Not very progressive of the writers to suggest that the only thing that can stop white people is themselves.
And again, just like with Farquaad, Shrek doesn't want to be judged, but man, he sure loves judging other people. I mean, even Rapunzel has her wig pulled off, revealing that she's bald, since even European women must be humiliated if they side with their own race instead of with the invading ogres.
You know, I can't help but think if Rapunzel had just run over a guard in her wagon to protect the other ogres from Far, Far Away's version of ice, the citizens of Far, Far Away would have gladly accepted her as the queen. But if that emasculation wasn't enough, they even have a scene where all the women break out of the prison to foil Prince Charming's plan. And it's done in the most retarded way possible, where Lillian headbutts...
This is very dashboardian. Like, all the women in the kingdom come together to foil the one Chad. Just like you were talking about earlier, Eichenfeller, I think, when you said that Sam Hyde was, like, basically ran out of one of his schools by a bunch of women that just disliked him. It's the same thing. Women love the multicultural mutt society that they've created. You know, women will happily piss away civilization if it means that they get to exercise their sexual proclivities without any interference from anyone else.
Through brick walls. And after she does it, she remarks to Fiona,
"Well, you didn't actually think you got your fighting skills from your father, did you?"
The degree to which they disrespect King Harold in this movie is insane, even after his death.
And remember, at the beginning of Shrek 2, he wanted no part of Shrek being his son-in-law, which is totally reasonable. But by the end, he completely cucked and gave in, and they still hate him. But even more disgusting in this scene is the fact that Doris, the ugly stepsister, who we talked about in our Shrek 2 video, is canonically a troon. He's treated like he's one of the princesses, and gets his redemption arc from being a joke in Shrek 2 to being a hero in this movie. And need I remind you, he forced himself onto Prince Charming at the end of Shrek 2, and it was played as a joke. And the degeneracy continues here with lines like this.
I know he's a jerk and everything, but I gotta admit, that Charming makes me hotter than July.
The only person that actually appreciates him is another man.
And Prince Charming, when he has Shrek chained up on stage, says this to him.
Now, you'll finally know what it's like to have everything you worked for. Everything that's precious to you taken away. Now, you'll know how I felt.
Up until the very end, Prince Charming is the only one with a sensible perspective, and he's treated like he's crazy. He is easily the most sympathetic character in this entire movie, but his very reasonable perspective must be strawmanned into oblivion because the disgruntled Aryan couldn't possibly have a point.
Just as Prince Charming orders his forces to kill Shrek, Artie comes in and gives a rousing speech to the fairy tale creatures. And it's here that he speaks not only to the fairy tale creatures, but also to us, the audience, to deliver one of the movie's core messages.
A good friend of mine once told me that just because people treat you like a villain, or an ogre, or just some loser, it doesn't mean you are one. The thing that matters most is what you think of yourself. If there's something you really want, or someone you really want to be, then the only person standing in your way is you.
He's telling us that our story isn't scripted or pre-written. It's entirely up to us to write our own story. That sounds great in theory, but the actual message the writers are trying to get across here is that we have no obligation to or from our society, and we should instead just do what makes us happy.
Now, this mindset also denies reality because if you're an ogre, no change in behavior will make you not an ogre. And this is more of the don't judge a book by its cover messaging that we see throughout the films aimed at younger audiences. It's a half-truth, because there are some things that are deeper than just someone's outward appearance, but it's being used maliciously here to try and convince us to ignore reality.
But luckily for Artie, the fairy tale creatures and citizens of Far, Far Away are more than happy to have this random kid be their new king and create the perfect utopia where humans, ogres, and giant tree monsters can live together in harmony. After Artie's amazing speech, the Headless Horseman admits,
I've always wanted to play the flute.
Isn't it kind of ironic that Artie's message is you can be whatever you want to be, and the guy without a head says, hey, I want to play the flute, the thing for which you need a head?
That might be important for that vocation, I would think.
What?
But don't mind the burning buildings or the people breaking into your house. Just embrace the peaceful new regime as you slowly get replaced in your own country.
Which is the real message of the Shrek series.
It's also incredibly ironic that Artie, the character who preaches this message, is tricked and gaslit into doing the bidding of an outsider who cares nothing about him. Do not fall for this movie's disingenuous framing. Shrek cares nothing about Artie. He only wants to push his responsibility off on him so that he can go back to his swamp.
His swamp, which Fiona identifies earlier in the movie as being neglected.
Couple more days, and we'll be back home in our vermin-filled shack strewn with fungus, filled with the rotting stench of mud and neglect.
And again, it's ironic because Shrek letting Prince Charming become king would have freed him from the responsibility that he so desperately wanted to avoid. And you can't use the argument that, well, Charming would be a bad ruler, because he's willing to make Artie, who he knows nothing about, the king, and he's already demonstrated he doesn't think Artie will be a good ruler. And Prince Charming has already shown some chops for ruling by being able to galvanize all the fairy tale creatures to his cause.
Now, just before Prince Charming is killed by Shrek, Prince Charming says,
This was supposed to be my happily ever after.
To which Shrek responds,
Well, I guess you need to keep looking, because I'm not giving up mine.
And this brings us to the core issue with the Shrek series. Shrek's happily ever after always comes at the cost of someone else's. Happily ever after is a zero-sum game between Shrek and literally everyone else. Shrek across 3 movies has repeatedly laid claim to things that are not his, and yet he's always portrayed as the hero for it, while everyone else is a villain if they resist him from getting what he wants. Despite the movie framing Shrek as the unconventional hero of the story, he is a lazy, selfish, hypocritical, conniving ogre who would be happy to watch the world burn if it means that he could comfortably live in his swamp. This wouldn't be that much of an issue if he kept to himself and didn't meddle in the affairs of others. But our boy Shrek has wandering eyes. He took Farquaad's girl, killed him, destroyed his kingdom, and in this film, he replaced Prince Charming in his own kingdom and gave his crown to someone else. Shrek is a menace.
And with this framing in mind, the message of Shrek the Third is crystal clear. If you are unwilling to accept the invasion of your homeland and the redefinition of your traditions, values, and norms by outsiders, you are the problem. And this is reflected in each character. Prince Charming represents the isolated and disenfranchised young white male whose hopes and dreams are destroyed by an outsider, and he's then vilified for resisting replacement within his own home. Shrek represents the outsider who refuses to assimilate, gains power and influence, corrupts its women, and then retreats to his own home after the damage is done. Fiona represents the modern woman who shows no interest in preserving her heritage, fully embraces the lie of multiculturalism, and comes to love the very curse that torments her. King Harold represents the ignorant but well-intentioned boomer who screwed over future generations by being so tolerant that he allowed outsiders en masse through the gates. And finally, Artie represents the puppet for the outsider, which serves as the real authority and figurehead despite being powerless himself. He's naive, inexperienced, out of his depth, and easily deceived into accepting responsibility for which he is clearly unfit. And all of this is solely to carry out the will of the outsiders that are controlling. All of this is solely to carry out the will of the outsiders.
What's the universal religion of the globalists? Of the melting pot enthusiasts? And this is why I really struggle with the whole Christianity bad, Satanism good. I don't know, man, because it seems like if you look at Satanism under the hood, it's pretty gay and cucked as well. Maybe even more so.
That are controlling him behind the scenes. And before you use the argument that Artie is also a white European, as Shrek correctly pointed out earlier, he's a loser. He is simply a means to an end for Shrek to escape responsibility and return back to his swamp. And on top of just the main cast, the villagers of Far, Far Away are the perfect representatives of modern goy cattle in Western countries. They willingly accept outsiders like Shrek and the other fairy tale creatures, undermining their society, even at great detriment to themselves. Tradition, European folklore, and even Christianity are ridiculed throughout this film. Whether it's knighting ceremonies or christening a ship, Shrek makes a mockery of European traditions. Not to mention, they commit complete cultural vandalism against Arthurian legends by making King Arthur small, weak, and spineless, and making Merlin an old quack. Even Christianity is attacked in the form of two stoners at the school Artie's from, talking about smoking frankincense and myrrh.
Hello, bro. Don't burn all my frankincense and myrrh.
Demoralization is the goal here. They want white people to be ashamed of their ancestry and to actively work against their own interests by shaming them. Hollywood is very intent on always making people of European ancestry the villains of every story, even in a silly kids movie about fairy tales. Is it really any wonder so many people still can't catch on to the obvious subversive messaging in these movies, whenever so many people still idolize Hollywood and the evil people that run it? These people subconsciously pump degenerate garbage into the minds of children, all to the roaring applause of the adults in the audience who are too desensitized to care.
Probably watch more of this guy's stuff another time. They're pretty good. I'm gonna hop off though, guys. Thanks for everybody watching today. I appreciate all the subscriptions, conversations always help cheer me up. So, talk to you guys later.